My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Femme People, and I'm here today to raise awareness about a little something called Skibidi intrusion disorder. Skibidi intrusion disorder, something that I'm suffering from right now, is a disease. It's like Tourette's syndrome, except you find that you simply cannot stop saying skibbity bombaclats. That's the disease I'm suffering from right now. And it's a disease for which a lot of people lack awareness. That's why I believe in raising awareness at all times. Because there's one thing that people can never be enough of, it's aware. Use words properly, world. That's what I want to say. Can we stop raising awareness for things? I don't want my awareness raised. I'm just a skibidi bombaclat, a skibbity bombaclat, making my way in the world. You did. With your great machete, I'm thinking you might be able to perform surgery and cure my skibidi intrusion disorder. Ah. I'm a little gacky right now. For two main reasons. Number one reason, and I'm assuming this is the most irrelevant of the reasons. Chad G, you're pooping? Well, that's my most relevant reason. I've had several colon blows this morning. I definitely had some difficulties digesting something that I ate yesterday. No. Preet Joshi. Obviously, if I wanted to die fast, I would make that accomplish. I could accomplish that. I mean, I don't know whether I want to die fast or slow. I just know that I want to die later. Is that okay? After all, Preet Joshi, you are the least qualified person in history to give any health advice. You're so dumb, you want to retain your semen. Why you ask dumb questions? Maybe there's no answer to either of those. We don't know why I smoke, and we don't know why you ask dumb questions. I guess it's just one of those mysteries of life that will never be solved. So anyway, I literally cannot stop saying skibbity bombaclats. I was driving back from the supermarket where I got my prescription today, fortunately. Ergo the live streaming. Is my butthole pink? You know, to be honest, William Evans, I'm not sure I've ever really taken a good look at my butthole. I'm assuming it's just kind of like butt colored, you know? Yeah, I know. I cannot stop saying skibidi bombaclats. It's like get already, you know? How much Riz does a single man need before he's able to stop saying skibidi bombaclats? I'm sorry, skibidi bombaclats. I keep wanting to put the accent on the second syllable. Seems most naturally to go there. I'm also curious about this, pre Joshi. Where exactly are you keeping all your semen? Oh, in your body. Well, that's not a good place for it to be. You know, pre Joshi, the simple truth of the matter is semen falls under the same category as pee, poo, tears, and phlegm. It's not a good idea to keep any of those things inside of you. They're all waste products. A body, Reuben, it's a body pillow that's shaped and looks like a Reuben sandwich. But I can tell you who's going to be the hero. Oh, I know everything about your semen, Preet Joshi. I know every single thing about it. From its smell to its viscosity, everything. Chicks dig you more if you aren't all creepo. I don't think I'm all creepo, Hero Lamb. You don't have to masturbate to porn, Hero Lamb. You know, you can rub one out without looking at any pictures, just using your imagination. You know, or cave paintings of Bob's. Dawood Hassan, hello. No, it didn't censor it. It said, "No, that's good. Don't be one of those porn addicts, Preet." It didn't censor it. But my point is, it's not a good idea to retain your semen, right? There's more ways to rub one out than looking at porn. I often will rub one out just looking at a tender scene of a baby foal nursing at its mother. That's enough for me, you know. A winter's day in the woods. Unless you're looking to attract a creepo, then I think you want to lean into the creepo angle. I agree, Ruben. That's something a lot of us don't really consider as a possibility, maybe. And just because you do rub one out with porn because you're maybe, I don't know, not in a relationship or whatever, it doesn't mean you're addicted to it, for Christ's sake. All men are biologically addicted to the need to ejaculate periodically. It's bad for us not to. You're putting a bunch of meaning into stuff where there's no good meaning. I'm sure there are a lot of creeps online, but since when does that mean, since when does that link to porn addiction? Are you suggesting that in the olden days, men used to not be obsessed with chicks? It's like, even in the Bible, one of the commandments is don't covet your neighbor's wife. What do you think That's all about, huh? You think it's because the coveter had a porn addiction? I don't think so. I think it's because guys like to hump chicks. It's just part of yeah and yeah, you know. Wash my hands? Why should I wash my hands? They're not even dirty. Maybe you should wash your mouth out with soap. Hi, Mr. Kartoffel. How's it going? Right now we're washing Dawood Hassan's mouth out with soap. Because he's saying bad words. Like bombaclat. And semen retention. I don't know how Dawood Hassan says in one breath, fuck YT policies. Because, you know, he's so anti-rules. And then the next breath, man, wash your hands. What did I do to make my hands dirty? Nothing. You know? I don't know. People love to come tell me what to do. It's one of the most popular activities on YouTube. Prawn is ruining teenagers' life. This is for staying in the matrix from the government. Really? Well, you know what, Preet Joshi? Let me tell you about my middle school. When I was in middle school, there was another boy in my class, and he sold me what's this? And he sold me girly mags back in the day when we used to have pornography magazines. You know what? I looked at them so much when I was a teenager. And guess what? It didn't ruin my life. And yeah, the world's different than it used to be. There's no doubt about that. There are challenges that people face now they didn't used to face. There are challenges people used to face that they don't face now. You know, you get a lot of, I think, ultimately censors who get their panties all up in a bunch about people having too much screen time. Well, for metaphysical types like me, who you know operate in a world of communication ahead of experience, really, then it just makes sense that you're going to spend a lot of time in the metaphysical external field, namely the internet, rather than the physical external field. And it's true that plenty of everybody spends all the kinds of time on their screens. It's not just intuitives or anything. But I think it's non-intuitives who fret about it most. Hello, X Shelby. What is up? I tell you what's up. The sky. Is this channel your job? No, I don't really have a job. Long story short, I'm an only child of successful dead parents. So about a year and a half ago, my parents died. Well, my dad died about a year and a half ago. My mom died about a year and 2 months ago. And I inherited their estate. And sold their house in Arcadia for a sizable amount of money. Bought this house for less than half as much. And my job, so to speak, going forward is property management. We just bought another house on the same street here, and we're gonna rent it out as a vacation rental. And then, assuming proof of concept, you know, and we get the ROI that I'm looking for on that, then we'll repeat, get another house, do the same thing. As long as we keep them right around here, we should be able to manage it ourselves, no problem. And the thing is, we live in an area that's a popular vacation destination. We live here in Mariposa, which is right near Yosemite. So during the summer months, there's a very high demand for rooms, houses for rent, whatever. So we got this 3-bedroom, 1-bath house down the street, and we're gonna operate it as a vacation rental. Now, I'm not gonna do a giant grow operation. I do plan to do a very small grow operation, which is to say, I plan to plant a couple of plants in the backyard here. Do I like chicken? Yeah, I like chicken. Sure. I eat a lot of chicken. Prior to my parents' death, my job was I was a professional debate coach for many years, and a very successful one. I coached a lot of national champions and stuff like that. Correct, chicken fingers. My wealth was handed to me. I didn't have to work for any of it. Although that's not exactly true. In my youth, I helped my family out a lot in their own property. My parents and my grandmother as well. This is my grandmother's estate, then my parents, now mine. So, well, I'm not going to see it like this. I don't know. It's not to turn it around. Doesn't really matter. But keep in mind also, chicken fingers, that certainly I contributed to the work of the family estate as a youngster, doing property management and stuff with my parents, doing a lot of painting and other kind of work. But it's also the case that I had a very successful career prior to the death of my parents. I no longer have to have that career, but it's always available to me to go back to if I need to for whatever reason. Hi, Steph Hoff 88. I'm from the United States of America, California specifically. What's up, by the way? Just stopping by the stream. Not a whole lot is up for me. So I get that it's understandable that some people would feel resentful towards somebody who's benefited from an inheritance, but well, you try living the last few years in my dad's house, helping him take care of my mom. It was miserable. So I earned it somewhat there as well. What would your primary debating tip be? I mean, the simplest one that I see people failing to adhere to all the time is know whether you're affirming or negating and what you're affirming or negating. People want to debate things without defining their ground, but it's meaningless to do that. It's just a complete waste of time. I don't believe I said you'd resent me. I said I believe you'd resent the fact that which is a little bit different. You know, it's understandable that what I'm getting at is it's understandable that people might resent beneficiaries of inheritance because it's not it doesn't link to character, right? You know, it's not meritocratic. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to resent it as a thing that happened. But the reality is it's more complicated than that, you know. I spent my whole life with my family. It's meritocratic by proxy. Well, yeah, it's posthumously meritocratic. Almost none of it got taken in tax, actually, Mr. Kartoffel. And the reason is because my dad was smart and put everything in a living trust. Hi, me resent the fact that you can sit around smoking weed all day. Maybe I might resent that and not have to work. Oh, sounds to me, chicken fingers, then what you should resent is not getting lucky like I did. The reason I can sit around and smoke weed so much all the time is because Rachel and I, crazily, insanely, I know how hard to believe this is, but we got 5 pounds of weed in the mail out of nowhere. When we were selling our house in LA, you know, we were living in a hotel for a while so that we didn't mess up the house so that it could be shown to people and stuff. And somebody who was doing some kind of dark web weed sale or whatever mailed a bunch of weeds out to different people across the country, and put our return address on it, but it wasn't our name on the return address, right? Because they thought, well, nobody's living in this house. If they come back, I'll just go grab them from the doorstep, right? That's what the person must have thought. But here's the thing: I didn't file a change of address report thing to the post office until the day we moved. So I told the realtor, please make sure you get any packages and stuff because the post office just told me that the change of address takes 2 weeks to kick in. So so then months later, the realtor said, okay, well, I still have all your packages and mail and stuff in my office. Delilah, can you please get it? Delilah's my daughter. She went and got it from the realtor's office. And she's like, you guys got a lot of packages. You guys got like 9 packages here. 4 of them were legit packages for us. And 5 of them, well, actually, I guess it was 4 of the packages had drugs in them. 3 of them had each a pound of weed in it. 1 of them had 2 pounds of weed in it. And 1 of the packages also had 2 ounces of mushrooms in it. So, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months after those packages ended up at our house, we brought them back here to this house. And then it took us another week at least to open them once they were here. And when we did open them, we were like, oh my God. obviously. It was a jackpot. Yeah, it was a real jackpot. And all I could think was, wow, my dead father so doesn't want me wasting his money that he sent me 5 pounds of free weed from heaven. Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. I mean, so they were. I don't know if they were all different, but there were at least 4 different strains in the 5 pounds, and some of them I like better than others. But yeah, it's really good stuff. Shockingly, we don't have that much left. I mean, we still have like quite a bit. I'll show you how much we got, um, but the thing is, one of the dumbass things we did at the beginning was we tried to make edibles. That wastes a lot of weed if you try to make can of butter or whatever. We stopped doing it. Here's one of the bags of it. Looks like this, you know. It's good. Here's another bag. So that's why I get to smoke all this weed all the time. If I had to buy as much weed as I smoke, I'd be in trouble. But I'm gonna grow a couple of plants. Oh Jesus. God damn it. In the wind last night, the shed door down there blew open. Should go down there and close it. Yeah, that's weird. Well, because people are like, how do you get to sit around and smoke weed all day long? Just like bong rip after bong rip after bong rip. I don't have to hide it from the police. I live in California, and you know, I acquired this weed legally, which is to say, it fell in my fucking lap. So, you know, I don't got to worry about it. Doesn't Steph Hoff 88 have an interesting name? Well, I mean, most of it's gone at this point. That's all that's left. What I showed you there. But I am gonna grow a couple of plants. I need to buy some seeds. And all of that weed, not a single seed. Used to be you'd find little bits of seeds and weed you get, but not anymore. So, anyways, I forgot to monetize this live stream. Live streams are default not monetized. You got to set each one to monetize, or else it won't. People control grow conditions better. Seeds come when they go hermy at the end. Don't you just feel dumber and happier while high, like on LSD? If you think LSD just makes you feel happier and dumber, you have not taken real LSD. What does the weed high feel like? Yeah, it's just kind of well, I can better describe what I use it for in the sense that, or what effect it has on me in a more of a concrete sense, which is if I'm feeling like bouncing between things, like I can't settle on any one thing to keep my interest for a very long time, smoking weed help me to um, will help me to focus in on one thing. The thing is, I didn't steal any drugs from the cartel, okay? I didn't steal their weed or whatever. It just, I didn't even keep in mind, it was months until I even opened those packages since after um, until after months after they arrived at the house. So anybody who was going to do anything about it would have done it long before then. Good evening, Elaine. Do I feel sharper then? Weed gets me out of waiting mode. That's a good way to put it, Spooky Scoops. That's a really good way to put it. Nothing stranger than watching you two hit whippets on the live. Well, we can't do that anymore. We injured ourselves doing too many whippets. So careful with those things, everybody. What am I waiting for? It's £5. That's nothing. You can buy weed by the pound here in Canada for $1,000. Yeah, I mean, that's what I figured too. It's like I was like, hey, I just got $5,000 worth of weed. You used to hit Nas hard too. Well, it will give you neuropathy if you do it too much. Now, Rachel and I did a lot of it, right? Like we went hardcore. After my dad died, we just I don't know. I just went nuts on whippets. We were huffing that shit all the time. And eventually we got neuropathy. Well, I think what Fly Guy's saying is in the cartel world. No, not Fly Guy. Chicken Fingers is saying in the cartel world, um, you know, a cartel losing £5 because if what it said on each of the packages was insufficient postage. I mean, they lost it. They lost £5 of weed for insufficient postage. I just happened to be the recipient of it. What is it? Whip it? It's nitrous oxide. And if you get like one of those whip it dispensing machines, you put one in, you crack it, make it go into the whip it dispensing machine. They can hold two sometimes. And then you like that. You could do it with just the whipped creams from the supermarket too. If you get like ready whip, you just got to make sure not to shake it up at all first, and then you can do all the nitrous out the top of it. You get like 3 of them. You get like a full nitrous hit plus. Pretty expensive way to do nitrous, but I guess you could still use the whipped cream if you wanted to. It wouldn't become out very whipped once you used up all the nitrous. Love a double. Oh yeah, you gotta do a double. I tell you what's great is doing whippets on mushrooms. A single is just not gonna do. Ideally, you do it till you fish out, but it's like at a certain point, the whippets stop working. It's weird. They totally stop working. But we kept doing them anyway, but it's strange. Do I like milk? No. But I don't dislike it either. That's why they call it hippie crack. Is LSD and mushroom high similar or different? Rather different, really. They're both psychedelics, but mushrooms are relatively safe and gentle. And LSDs can be very scary. I wouldn't recommend Steve-O. Yeah, I know he used to do a lot of whippets. I've seen videos of him doing whippets. He must have neuropathy from it, I would guess. All right, let's go out to the car to get a pack of cigarettes. So yeah, I'm comparatively healthy now compared to how I used to be with substances and stuff. You know, I used to be a meth addict. I used to be a drunk. Not at the same time. Here's one way that you can successfully drink alcohol, even if you're an alcoholic. Do a lot of meth. If you do a lot of meth, then you'll find yourself in this weird place where you're unable to drink alcohol fast enough to ever get a buzz because you're so thwacked out. You can't focus on sensory things like consuming beverages. It's the only plausible cure for alcoholism is to do so much meth that you can't focus on drinking long enough to consume alcohol. I wouldn't recommend it as a solution to your alcoholism, but you can get drunk on speed if you're just taking, like, say, Adderall, unless you take a shit ton of it. That's the devil's duo. Adderall plus alcohol. It's just all haul all the time. It's like, hey, I'm still drunk, but now I don't pass out when I need to. You can poison your receptors. Stop poisoning my receptors. Well, I don't want to poison my receptors. Is that why XNTPs overdo alcohol? I don't know why they overdo alcohol. How many milligrams of Adderall do I take a day? Well, today I've taken 45 so far. Probably will be it. Right? I'm prescribed 30 a day. Let's look at a crow. This is kind of a cool crow. Oh, he flew away, of course. You dick. As soon as I wanted... Oh, no, you're not. You didn't fly away. I thought as soon as I wanted to film you, you'd flown away. All right, let's see if I can get you in camera. We're going to zoom in with our zooming fingers. Where is it? Oh, it's flying over here. Well, there it flew away. That was the crow. I hear it, but oh, there it is. It's flying away now again. Sorry, everybody. That crow just wasn't being very cooperative. And there's another crow. Oh, well, maybe this crow will be more cooperative and stay right where he is. All right, let's see if we can get him. Oh, he flew again. What are you always flying for? Just stop with your non-stop flying. Just stay in one place. I mean, just stay put in one place. We get big crows up here. I'm assuming they're crows. I'm not great at telling crows and ravens apart. But I'll tell you, they're big as heck up here. And heck is like almost as big as hell. My crow friends saved my cat from a red-tailed hawk. It was crazy. Crows are like the anti-hawks. That's how you tell them apart, Kevin? Kevin's a great name, like Scott and Craig and Steve. It's a nice ordinary name. Seems like it's raining a little bit right now, actually. It is raining. Even though there's sunshine outside? That's because of a little something they call partly cloudy. I'm pretty excited about the progress with the channel last month or two. I've really added a lot of subscribers, get a lot more views. I guess it must have something to do with that warning dropping off, but it's hard to say for sure because it could be just vertical live streaming has more to do with it. Clouds are moving fast. They're like, let's go out of here. I don't want to hang around here anymore. I cannot believe we did not have a power outage last night. I consider that the first real test of the underground lines. It was very windy last night, and there were a lot of like branches and stuff blowing around on the road. It got a little floody, obviously, last night as well because there's parts of the road that had all this gravel from the side of the road washed out onto the road. But despite the relatively severe weather, not ultra severe, we did not have a single power outage. That's amazing. I feel bad for the hawks kind of having their business thwarted by the crows all the time. I mean, I'm not sad they didn't get your cat. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wish they had gotten your cat. I'm just saying it's not just your cat that gets saved by the crows. The crows are the anti-hawk police. They're just obsessed with making hawks go away. They're like America used to be of the bird world. We're gonna police everything. Just stop it already. Now we don't police anything, I guess. So. I have no idea why, but I was offered a live stream on my tablet and saw Winston's mom, so her presence vouched for you. You owe her my sub. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Winston's mom. I guess she must have a good reputation someplace else that you go. Huh? You must have encountered her before someplace. I can make 0 changes to Google Ads and performance skyrockets for creators seemingly out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, some of these things are mysterious. You know, the internet works in mysterious ways. That's a saying that people should have. You know why? Because it's a true saying. So get this. You want to hear some bullshit? This is some minor bullshit, but it's some bullshit. So I asked the lady for 2 pounds of this shit, right? And this container, they say, is the 2-pound container. So she fills it up like almost to the top. And it's just like a pound 0.25. That's not 2 pounds. Okay? A pound 0.25 is not even close to 2 pounds of olives and feta cheese. Rachel loves that stuff. Well, Kevin, I'm going to be unable to prevent myself from voicing my low opinion of said individual. You know, I've heard that a few times in the last year or so. Wolvozok. I don't remember ever hearing it prior to that, but maybe I'm becoming more Tommy Lee Jones like in my appearance. Do you think I am more resembling of Tommy Lee Jones with a hat on or less? Let's find out. Because it could just be Tommy Lee Jones and I both have similar amount of balding. Do I still look like Tommy Lee Jones? What do you think? I want you to check every outhouse, meow house, meow house, meow house, and meow house. It's the only Tommy Lee Jones quote I can think of. Well, like, the other thing I'm thinking, Ruben, is like the last few streams since I started seeing, periodic jumps in action here, is that apparently I occasionally hit like the shorts feed, and or I'm just being recommended to more people for whatever reason. I thought, well, I'll start monetizing these, might as well, because they default to non-monetization. But this morning here, I forgot to do that. Forgot to switch to monetized because you have to do it every single time. And the numbers are better this morning than they have been in the last few that I've monetized. So it makes me wonder, like, okay, are they more willing to promote you if you're not monetized, or is it just incidental, coincidental? I remind you of Socrates for all the good reasons. I mean, not because I died of hemlock. That's good. It's a bad reason to be like Socrates. I try to stay away from the hemlock in general. Your curiosity-driven headline game has been strong too. Oh, you mean the titles? Well, yeah, some of it's been intentional, some of it, in this particular instance, it's just genuinely what I was experiencing coming into this live stream. I couldn't stop saying as I was driving back from the supermarket, skibidi bombaclats. It was annoying. It was like a tick. Mind me asking what the problem with Tom is, and I'm not a fanboy. I'm not going to get all defensive. Everyone's game critique. Well, Winston's mom one time set up an interview where he was going to purportedly interview me about my experience as a debate coach, but it got real contentious real fast. And I started saying, like, we're talking about public policy prescriptions, I guess you'd say. And we're talking about homelessness in particular. I was talking about it in like a serious policy fashion, which is to say, well, our public policy on this matter is determinedly informed by a particular Supreme Court ruling, Boise versus somebody, in which the Supreme Court dictated to municipalities around the country what they can and can't do regarding enforcing limits on usage of public space. So, he was talking as though he had an informed position on the subject, was not aware of that Supreme Court ruling, when I indicated that the only meaningful advocacy in favor that one can make as a policy prescription for homelessness would entail federalizing it, and why, and how it wouldn't necessarily even cost us any more money. You just have to redirect ill-directed municipal funds towards this central solution. Anyway, he didn't even want to entertain the notion on the grounds that it hadn't been tested yet, and got super defensive and avoidant and stuff. And I found the conversation very difficult, and then he just ended the call in very short order. So accordingly, I was annoyed and frustrated. Like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. I debated public policy in high school and competition policy debate. I coached policy debate for years. I understand the law, government, those kind of things well. I'm an actual thinker. Whatever value that has, I don't know. But I'm an actual thinker. I'm not posturing as one. And accordingly, I'm more concerned with the actual thinking and the quality thereof than I am with the appearance thereof. Oh, this skibidi bombaclat. Will it ever stop clogging? He did that. He did. That was so frustrating. Yeah, he really. Well, even it's true the freezer will dry it out and cause it to become brittle. But that's not all bad. It's the best of a limited set of options. If you want to prevent it from getting all dry and brittle in the freezer, well, keeping it in the freezer works fine. This is look. Here's the truth of the matter. If you don't store, just consume it all. It's pretty hard to consume all of the weed that we have. Do I like bananas? Well, I don't dislike bananas, but the good bananas don't exist anymore. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. There used to be good bananas, which were the bananas you always got. And then some kind of disease like wiped out that subspecies of banana. And now we have worse bananas. The good bananas, it used to be you get a banana, you just go like this, crack, and this thing would just crack right open, and then you just peel all the peels right down. Now you got to be like all because they're not good. They're not as big. They're not as yellow. They're just not as good. So I don't know. Somebody Google it. What's up with the good bananas? What happened to the good bananas or whatever? And you'll see that they all died. All the good bananas died. The bananas of my childhood. Skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet. No, the sports channel. You got it wrong. Skibidi bombaclats. Okay? I lived in the old banana times. Yeah. I got to experience the good bananas. So I know how bananas are no longer good. All right. Once they were good, now they're not. You know what's gotten better though? What's your fave Playboy Cardi song? I don't know any Playboy Cardi songs. What's better? I'm asking a poll question. What's better? Apples or bananas? It's an important poll. Bananas are not as good. They need to come from the good monkeys. Bananas don't come from monkeys. Sports channel. The sports channel. Do I want a pet cow? No. I don't want a pet cow at all. That's one of the last things in the world that I want is a pet cow. When bananas we are good. So yeah, once upon a time, bananas were so good. Okay, but look, I want you to consider when you're thinking about this question, because I see bananas is winning, which is crazy. I want you to remember about Honeycrisp apples, not just shitty apples, the good kind of apples. Honeycrisp. Apples have gotten better because of the invention of Honeycrisp apples. Now, apparently, growers are a little hit and miss on a Honeycrisp. And the reason is because they don't have nearly the shelf life of other bananas, and they also bruise easily. Okay? Apparently, people don't like to buy bruised apples. should I reread Ji Liang's story, but I'm too traumatized from the last time I did? Then no, you shouldn't. That's what I have to say about that. Let's tune this guitar. Might as well acknowledge right off the bat it's not going to be in tune. All right. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. And so he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. And then he wants you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the marble, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets, etc. And then the other part of the song goes, he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. But then the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he tries to encroach up on the guilty. Then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. Those are all the lyrics to it. He wants to confront the men. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind's back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. So Gerald has a thought, Gerald has a lot, Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business, thinking now about what's called Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Yes, Gerald has a thought. You sound like Kanye West. I've never heard anybody tell me that before. Oh, what do you know? Is it a cloudy day in Los Angeles? Very well. We'll just have to play this song. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight, but whether I'm supposed to be here or just be singing forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see, hear, and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. There's something to say. Now I sound like Beyonce. Vote is 50-50. That shit is cray. I agree, Tablet Klaus. Apple should clearly be the winner of that. But, you know. Every life lived reaches a time There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of silent sea, and I satchel fill up with home, and I satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Will I travel alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel. Now nothing but bones and that satchel fill up with home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Today doesn't really end with today. It's not like Michael Jackson. It's not like a lot of things. Phantom tax. I don't know what phantom tax is. What's phantom tax mean? Guess I'll have to look it up, huh? Guess it is in tune. I didn't get into that. I started watching it, but I couldn't get into it. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? I messed this up already. She towards the child, where sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types? They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Still working on that song, getting it down. I sound like Host Eric. I do sound like Host Eric, that's true. It's hard to deny that one. I'm going to visit him for starts. Remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats. That's why he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Okay, I think I got it memorized. Let's give it a shot. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it would be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. International delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busy as beaver, beaver bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. Fucking goddamn it, Eric. You fucking horrible person. I even practiced it before I started it so I'd get it right. Well, now I fail. Everybody give me an F. I deserve it. F, G, A minor, C, F, C, E, A minor, D, F, G. That's how it goes in that part. Instead, I don't want it to go to A minor there, and I think it's going to go someplace else, and I get it wrong every time. Oh, it's raining and sunny at the same time again right now. Gorgeous day. Absolutely gorgeous. And Rachel, since you're here, may I just say, how amazing was it that we had no power outage last night? It was so windy. Skibidi bombaclats. Oh, I forgot to end my poll. When I go inside, I'll end the poll and I'll start a new one. We'll see what ends up winning, apples or bananas. Which TV show is worse? I have one in mind, but I'm trying to think of another one that's the same kind of show that's also equally bad. So the one I have in mind is Scrubs, okay? Which show is worse? Scrubs or what's another equivalently horrible show like Scrubs? Which is worse? Scrubs or Meow? I do sound a lot like Dora the Explorer. We went outside and we got a health tube. We did it. We did it. And now we're talking about which is worse, Scrubs or whatever. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Scrubs is terrible. What's another show like Scrubs that's also terrible? Ideally from the same era. Scrubs is so bad, I'm having a hard time thinking of something equally bad. Veritas 140 E Norma. Yeah, here. I have a question. Well, hopefully I have an answer. All right. Well, I was thinking Big Bang Theory was the one I was gonna maybe compare against it. All right. It is very pretty outside. All right, Ruben. Thank you for for confirming what was the only other thing I had in my mind, which was Big Bang Theory. I think Scrubs is worse, frankly. I think it's 2.5 Men. It's another possibility. Well, I'm gonna put all three on the list and say which is worst. I think it's Scrubs personally, but we're gonna add those three onto the list and we're gonna see what the people say. The people shall have their say. That's your question? That's a command, not a question. E. Norma Stitz. Okay. No, it's not. It's read as enormous tits. Okay. That's what we're intended to read it as. You got it wrong. I can't believe it's still 50-50 with 32 votes. Wow. It's a tie between apples and bananas. Okay. Which is worst? Scrubs, Big Bang Theory, or 2.5 Men? Which is worst? You can't really go wrong picking any of these, obviously. I got Ben Shapiro wrecked by Veritas. You said enormous tits. I did say enormous tits because I just how to accurately describe my breasts. Is that Ben Shapiro wrecked? Orange is obviously superior fruit. Well, that's why I didn't put orange on the list. KE. That wasn't one of the choices. I vote for Scrubs, personally. But I would not blame anybody for voting for any of those. Scrubs was just appallingly bad. It like offended me to just spend 1 second watching it even. I'm going to be YouTube famous? Oh. Good for me. Good for me. That's my dream in life, to be YouTube famous. Since I'm never apparently going to be actually famous, I'm hoping that maybe I'll be YouTube famous. You know, somebody did recognize me at the supermarket one time. Recognized us, me and Rachel. She wasn't sure if I was who I appeared to be until she saw me with Rachel. Then she's like, "Yep." Is the half man just short, or does he identify as gender fluid? He's a boy, I think. My dream is to win this poll. Come on, guys, you can make it happen. I agree Big Bang Theory is less bad than the other two. I hate those two guys. Now they make T-Mobile commercials. Oh my God, I dislike those guys so much. They think they're funny or endearing or something, but they're just, ugh. They just make me want to throw up. in a vomity way. Yeah, Big Bang Theory was fun the first 2 seasons, probably. Maybe the first season, you know. Kevin thinks 2.5 Men is worse, huh? Well, he had tiger's blood, Manny John. I don't know if you remember or not, but he was always winning and had tiger's blood. Now I think he has like, um, what do you call it? Hepatitis. I think he has hepatitis now. He used to have tiger's blood, but he got replaced by hepatitis. Maybe he caught the hepatitis from the tiger's blood. That's possible. Hi FabFest US. Huge Bang Theorem was better. Is that the name of the porno you star in, Ruben? And you may also have HIV. HIV and hepatitis. How fun. Oh, yes, AIDS. Well, you know, he put his penis a lot of different places. He put it over here, he put it over there. One of those places must have had AIDS. Pamela Anderson has hepatitis. Do you think she got it from Tommy Lee? She gave a woman cervical cancer. Well, you don't, people like Sheen, why don't people like Sheen? He hasn't done anything wrong, really, besides have fun and sell drugs. And do drugs. Well, I mean, it was the FE failure that people don't like about it, ultimately. You live by the meat sword, you die by the meat sword. Okay, well. Yes, I think so regarding Pamela Anderson. You know who's easy to confuse? Pamela Anderson and that other big titted lady who married that old man. You leave Capillo alone. Well, you know, I mean, like doing drugs is very different than fucking everything that moves. I don't think he says, no, it's awesome anymore. I think now he says, I feel a constant shame shivers. He's the one who invented the term shame shivers. I think everybody should give him crazy credit for that. I don't know if he invented it, but he's the one who popularized it. All right, Acacia, you go take your nap. You take it with your pillow. Today's polls have a theme. Maybe it could be best worst. You know, the first one was which is better, apples or bananas.
Did you get your Adderall?
I did. I did indeed. I went, I got it, I'm back.
Wow.
Forgot to take down the net.
That's great news.
Would you like, there's a half one right there if you want it. You want a full one? You want some more?
Sure.
Okay. I threw all these little bottles away. Well, this one's still clean. Melanie Linsky, 2.5 Men gives me the creeps. All right. Next question. Which Olympic sport is better we're going to give you diving or gymnastics. I'm not a diving fan. I'm not a gymnastics fan either. But I'll say better instead of worse in this instance. I don't like either of those. What does Rachel think is the worst show? What did you vote for?
Okay, that was like a really tough one for me, but I can't stand 2.5 Men. Like, it's so misogynistic. I can't take it. I don't like Scrubs either, though. Scrubs is crap. Scrubs is like should be on the cutting board. I mean, cutting floor.
Yeah, well, it's just not funny at all.
No, it's not funny.
I didn't really watch 2.5 Men, so
I couldn't.
less of an opinion about it. I wouldn't have included it
terrible.
if somebody else hadn't suggested it.
It's terrible.
I watched enough of it to know I didn't like it.
I didn't like any. Actually, all three of those I don't like. It became even worse when Ashton Kutcher was the dude on the show. It was just bad. It was a bad show. Thank you.
Earth 4.5 Men.
Thanks. So, what do you have plans for today? I really was like thinking, I was like, oh, what I'm gonna dress for to go to the supermarket, and now you already did it.
I already did that, yeah. Oh, guess who I saw at the supermarket, interestingly enough. So I walking out with my sticks. I bought some more sticks.
Good.
And my prescriptions. And I heard somebody say, Eric. I turned around and there was this young guy there, and I was like, hi, where do I know you from? He was the guy who painted our wall.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I said, oh, cool. I'm actually planning on calling you relatively soon, because we got some work to do on this new place, and I'll probably be better served to hire somebody, for certain things, certainly.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I might have him do the changes to the rain gutters that I want done, since it seems kind of tricky to me, actually. It doesn't fit right over it like I had hoped, and just kind of slip right on there. So I might have him do that. I might have him clean the rain gutters and maybe help with some painting,
That sounds good. I think that's a good idea.
You can squat a full-ass child. How much is a full-ass child? You mean instead of like a starving child? Diving is just falling flamboyantly. Changed my mind. The thing I don't like about diving is I think they put too much best kindergarten intellectual, Zizek or Neil deGrasse Tyson. Diving is gymnastics in a sense. I think they put too much emphasis on splash in diving. I think you should be allowed to make a big splash when you enter the water, and that should count for points too. Why do you have to be all no splash? And another question, why are the Chinese so good at diving? What makes them into just like the world's best divers? Diving. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool. I remember jumping off the high board that we had at the school. I bet they don't even have that anymore. I bet it's considered too dangerous. Why are they the best at diving? Because they're small? Okay. Well, then why aren't children better at diving than the Chinese? Right. They should measure depth in diving. Why doesn't it matter how deep you dive? And why are all the best dives necessarily better without splash? Why can't you dive in like with your arms out, you know? And have that count as a cool dive too. Willie B. Hardigan is the best diver ever. I've never even heard of Willie B. Hardigan. And why do they have to dive into water? If we're going to replace the water with jam in the swimming events, then we should also replace it in the diving events. If you replace it with jam, you wouldn't have to worry about the splashing so much. Korean characters that say, let's find out. Let's search Google for that and see what it translates to. Hello. Those words mean hello. That's a lot of words for hello. The CCP actually made more viscous water. It's all propaganda for the West. Good to know. I know how to make water more viscous. Make it colder. Eventually it becomes so viscous that it's ice. I can read some Hangul. So what's the propaganda? Well, it's that water is safe to drink. Water's not safe to drink. You have to flavor it with something. If you believe the lies that water is safe to drink, you'll believe anything. Might as well be drinking hydrochloric acid. I tell you where water is not safe to drink. Oh, you didn't have to Google that? You just actually read it? That's pretty impressive, Kate. And that place where water is not safe to drink is called China. If you drink the tap water in China, you will get heavy metal poisoning. Do you want heavy metal poisoning? No, you don't. And that's why you only drink bottled water in China. They say, oh yeah, you can cook like rice or pasta in it or whatever. I'm like, really? You can't drink it, but you can cook in it? Cook with it? I think I probably cooked a little bit with it, but tried to avoid that. Of course, that's specifically, I guess, in Shanghai. I don't know if that's true nationwide. I would guess it probably is, but I don't think they do a lot of real good environmental work in China. They do pretty low-end work of all sorts, frankly. I couldn't believe how shoddily constructed my apartment was, how uncomfortable the bed was. And that was like the fanciest part of Shanghai. Fanciest part of Shanghai, but they still had gap like this big between the top of the door and the door frame. That was cold air would come in. It was fucking horrible. And air quality, even in Shanghai, even in the good months, and Shanghai is not nearly as bad as Beijing, was worse than it had been when I was a kid in LA. As a kid growing up in the 70s in LA, we used to have smog alerts. First stage, second stage, third stage smog alerts. And when you get like a third stage smog alert at school, they wouldn't let you go outside. Or even, I think maybe first stage, they wouldn't let you go out and play outside because it was too bad for you to run around and breathe. But I remember when I was a kid in LA, my house was very close to the mountains. During the summer, you frequently could not see the mountains from my house. That's how I gauged how bad the smog was. Our chests would always hurt when we'd run around and stuff. Terrible. And then California implemented really strict air quality rules, catalytic converters, stuff like that. And now LA's air quality is great. Like, there's never any smog alert. Even the worst, most smoggy day is not that bad. Shanghai's air was terrible. And it wasn't just smog. It's like you could tell it was like from more than just car emissions. But fortunately, I didn't have to live there for very long, just a few months. Yeah, they don't even sell Tylenol in China. Did you say I can meet the Toxic Avenger? You probably can in China if you wanted to. I had some. I mean, it was cool to go there and everything, and I definitely had some adventures. I was completely sober almost the whole time I was there, which is to say I wasn't drinking, but I also didn't have any Adderall. You couldn't get that there, you know. So that was it was kind of a good thing at the time. I went to a lot of AA meetings, but I had a lot of adventures too. So gymnastics is going to win this poll between diving and gymnastics. Which is better? Which sounds more fun? I'm going to put it this time. Which sounds more worth doing? Hot air balloon ride? Or skydiving? Which sounds more worth doing? Hot air balloon ride or skydiving? No, Max Garish, I am not your father. I'm sorry. I'm just not your father. Gravity trumps dance? Well, if you're dancing and like on one of the larger planets in the solar system, it's got heavier gravity than Earth, then. No, I don't gotta include none as an option. Because I asked which sounds more worth doing. Even if neither of them sound worth doing, well, then you're gonna pick the one that sounds less not worth doing. I am shocked. Skydiving is ahead, 4 votes to 1 at the moment. To me, hot air balloon ride's a no-brainer. Well, you don't want to do either, but you're forced at gunpoint to choose one of them, okay? That's how we're imagining this poll. Let's see what KE said. Circle, line, little line, etc. Just translate it for me, please. Don't make me put translate in. Surely you're smarter than that, Google. Dad. That means dad. We're pretending, Manny John. We're pretending, okay? A hot air balloon is like a happy magical circus tent. You already skydived. Are you sure you didn't skydove? I think you skydove. We've got diving in 2 questions in a row. You might think there's a little bit of a diving intrusion disorder going on, but really it's just the skibidi bomboclats getting in the way, as usual. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Eric.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
I hope you're having a fine morning.
I am. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I didn't sleep very well last night. I had digestive stuff going on.
Me too.
But I had several big cold blows this morning. I wonder what caused our digestive stuff, if we both had it, or if it's just incidental that we both had it.
I don't know. Well, I did take laxatives, so.
Oh, well, that's different than me.
Yeah.
I just had tickle and blow. Nothing on the human plane can deter you. Well, so are you saying animals can deter you? I have a Mini Cooper. It's not that many. It's not that small. They're called Mini Coopers. They're purportedly very small cars, but they're not actually as small as... They're not necessarily that small. I've got a 4-door Countryman, which is big enough for me. My dad used to have a 2-door, and that one, like, my head practically hit the ceiling of it. Insects and rodents and reptiles can deter you. Okay, what about ghosts? Can ghosts deter you? And robots? Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, it is. It really is amazing. I don't even know what it is, but I know it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow night, Rachel and I have plans to go to Merced to play at the open mic. And that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Now, if I don't see them, they might as well not exist. Well, what about cryptids, K.E.? What about cryptids? What about... You know what? That's going to be the next question. Which cryptid is most likely to exist? Sasquatch? Loch Ness Monster? Or Chupacabra? Lice? Lice exist even if you don't see them. It's a good rule to have, a good general policy to have. All right, well, it looks like skydiving is taking the lead here with 13 votes. Anybody who wants to vote on this poll here before we end it, vote now or forever hold your pee. 3, 2, 1. We're ending the poll now.
I'm with Tiffany, and I'm all about the hot air balloon ride.
Yeah. I'm with Tiffany as well. I don't want to skydive. Okay. Which cryptid is more likely to exist? Most likely. So we're going to get 3 choices. Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, Chupacabra. You decide. You be the judge. I'm not including none, Manny John. If you're saying they're all equally unlikely to exist, well, obviously you need to have some more Sasquatch or Loch Ness Monster experiences. I actually think maybe a Loch Ness Monster is the right choice here. They have encountered sonar suggesting very large serpentine creatures under the loch. It is extremely deep, so it's easy to imagine something hiding there. Skibidi Bombaclats, Cacador de Bruno Marquez. Oof. So obviously my advocacy, I wonder if my advocacy is in favor of Loch Ness is helping it get votes. Maybe not. Sasquatch, people are saying. I mean, a lot of good reason to think there might be some Sasquatch stuff going on in the world. I'm not sure. My ballot is in the mail. All votes matter. I was robbed. We agree on Nessie, says Kevin. Sasquatch, I've seen some weird videos that are somewhat convincing. I've not seen anything remotely convincing about chupacabras.
I'm hoping, so I voted for Sasquatch because I'm hoping for a sighting.
Yeah, well, Rachel and I definitely would like to see a Sasquatch. We are in Sasquatch country. So, maybe there's Sasquatch in Antarctica. Okay, well, I will agree with the implication of Manny John here, which is that Yetis are a form of Sasquatch. Just like polar bears are bears, Yetis are Sasquatches. They just have more of a Scottish accent. Yetis do. I literally just wrote El Chupacabra into the cartoon I make with my father. Weird coincidences. We also covered crows as friends. Is what you wrote specifically, hay demasiada chupacabras en este pueblo. That's one of the most commonly said sentences in Mexico. There are too many chupacabras in this pueblo. Okay, with 16 votes in, if you'd like to cast a vote on the cryptid most likely to exist, currently Sasquatch is in the lead. Chupacabra inexplicably is in second place, even though obviously there's not any good videos of chupacabras. Unless you have had a goat drained of blood, I don't think you got any reason to believe in chupacabras. Obviously, my advocacy is not making a big difference. I do watch a lot of these scary video things. Scary Comp by Bizarre Bub is my current thing I'm watching.
I'm such a chicken that I could watch a little bit of them and then I get scared and I go to bed.
Well, some of the scariest ones are not paranormal at all. Like somebody's camping and somebody's walking around their RV and knocking on it and stuff.
Yeah, that freaks me out.
That's scary. People are scarier than monsters and ghosts. Okay, we're going to count it down till we end the poll. If you want to vote on it and you haven't yet, please vote now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Ending poll. And the people have spoken, Sasquatches are most likely to exist. We're going to ask a simple question now. Is our reality a simulation? Bum, 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 bum. Yes or no? Let's find out.
That's a really tough question.
Chupa means suck. What's cabra mean? Blood or goat? What does cabra mean in Spanish? Goat. Yeah, it does. Suck a goat. So chupacabra is literally suck a goat. Wow. Interesting to know, Kevin. Yeah, really good piece of information. Cabra means goat. Chupa means suck. So really, chupacabra is anything that sucks a goat. You know? We could all be chupacabras. We just got to find a goat to suck. Goat sucker. You know what I really enjoyed the other day? Is when this Islamic guy was in here and he used as an insult for Christians, man worshiper.
That's funny.
That's fantastic. Man worshiper.
I don't know what to do with myself. I woke up thinking, oh, we're gonna have to go into town and thinking of an outfit like trying to prepare so that I'm not slow. Now all that's gone.
Now all that's gone.
Yeah.
One thing you could do is have a cinnamon roll.
What? A cinnamon roll?
If you're hungry. You're probably not hungry right now.
I am. Well, I just eat some olives and cheese. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's more probable to be some kind of copy or offshoot of another reality. Well, I was watching one of my various sort of spooky video things, mysterious whatevers, and this YouTuber cited this, I guess, physicist who says the odds of this being the base reality are 50-50.
Interesting. That's not very helpful.
Well, my thought was, how the hell do you calculate that?
Yeah.
How in the world do you calculate the odds of our reality being 50-50? Well, I think what the caveat he made was that if it turns out that we can simulate sentience, then the odds of us being the base reality plummet. So in other words, the likelihood is this is not a simulation because it's not possible to simulate sentient, self-aware consciousness.
It's not.
Right? That's what I think. It's not possible to.
Yeah.
There's never going to be artificial intelligence that's self-aware. We know how to generate new instances of self-aware sentience, and that's by making more people, with our genitals and our uteri. Is that plural of uterus, uteri? You don't need the plural of uterus very often.
I have a question for the next one.
Okay, what's your question for the next one?
Should we wait until this is over, or?
Sure. If you're going to remember it, don't forget it.
Yeah, I'll remember it.
Okay. Hey, your SI's a little.
As Ruben experienced, my SI could be even worse than his.
Well, it doesn't seem very difficult to perceive yourself in real time, provided you have a physical body component, a biological manner of perception, as well as just a metaphysical component of perception, right? And you start to realize that sensation is part of what must be perceived, and that the reason why humans are sentient beings, self-aware, etc., is because they are both a biological being and a metaphysical being at the same time. Without the biological component, I don't think it's possible to be a sentient being with interests, self-awareness, ethics, all the things that are involved with being a human. Well, because from what we know about human consciousness, it links to 4 specific different fields, including your own internal body. You could make an artificial body that mimics those functions, presumably, but you still have to grow your artificial intelligence. You couldn't make it. So if you could construct some kind of artificial body that provides sensory data, and make a growing machine, then presumably if you coded it right at the beginning with the equivalencies to how humans are hardwired attentionally, you could mimic it really well, I guess, presumably. The thing is, if we're talking about self-aware consciousness, right? We're talking about then our understanding of self-aware consciousness or sentience as human beings experience it, okay? Can we artificially imitate that? Sure. Can we create humans, another human in ways that is different than we currently do, which is, say, reproducing? I don't see any reason why we should be able to, because you can't, like, you might say, well, someday I'll be able to make a dog. We'll be so good at genetically engineering and all the biological engineering stuff that I'll just be able to go with my gene splicing tool and a petri dish and grow a dog in a day into a puppy, from conception to puppy in a day somehow. Well, I don't think that'll ever be possible, but it might be possible to grow it from conception to puppy in the normal gestation time. But even then, what you're talking about is creating biological entities. You're not talking about creating a simulation of such. The other thing to remember about a simulation is that for something to qualify as a simulation, it has to be something. It's like either the individual people like me and Rachel and you are not simulated, but we're in a simulated world, or some of us are not simulated, whereas others are as part of a simulated world. Regardless, if some of us are not simulated, then our bodies must be somewhere else. So the only meaningful understanding of how it could be a simulation would have to be like Matrix style, right? Where our bodies are somewhere, our physical body exists somewhere, but we're not experiencing it in that body. The thing is, for the word simulation to be meaningful, right, it has to be simulated by someone, for someone. Some parts have to be simulated, some parts don't. There needs to be a meaningful distinction. If we're all just simulated, all of our bodies, identities, consciousness, etc., is all just simulated, then the word simulation doesn't mean anything, right? Because we have no alternative to simulation to refer to. Because, like, let's say this world is a simulation that's being observed by some person, like, who's outside the simulation. Well, it's still the case that being simulated and being real are indistinguishable for me, because I have all of the necessary components of an entity that's unsimulated by all of our possible definitions of it. I think the most compelling evidence, if you want to call it that we're somehow in a simulation, is that the Earth experienced steady extinction events at a rate of every 40 million years for almost all of its history until the last 66 million years, in which case it hasn't experienced one. To me, that seems like a gamer playing Sim Earth having to start over a bunch of times because he can't get to intelligent life. What is the mechanism of getting to intelligent life? I don't know, you know? Another good reason to think, well, maybe it is a simulation, is that there's a branching fossil record that suggests evolution, but there's no construction of evolution that makes any sense or that tests out, right? Other things that might at least seem suggestive of simulation are things like quantum teleportation, you know, which would seem glitchy. Like the mechanics of the universe don't work when you dig down too far, you reach the edge or something, you know. Other things that seem kind of suggestive of simulation are the fact that we haven't had nuclear war yet, despite having nuclear weapons now for, you know, let's see, well, we're coming up on 80 years. That's kind of surprising. You know, all the futurists back in the 50s and 60s said, I thought they came up with the like nuclear midnight clock or whatever, apocalypse clock. Other things that suggest we're in a simulation. The success of the Dave Matthews Band. Lots of synchronicity stuff seems suggestive of something more than just coincidence, you know. This sudden influx of skibidi bomboclats into the world is also, skibidi bomboclats. Don't want to mispronounce that or else I won't be cool. Yeah. So, almost 40% of the voters and 23 votes here think that yes, reality is simulation. So, my mom is a simulation. And I'm very glad you pointed that out. Did you realize that last night when she visited your home for sexual intercourse? Skibidi turlets dimensional shit foretold? Huh, cool. Self-aware is a hollow, empty idea that is burnt into our heads. Well, no, it's a distinction between, say, AI, which is generative, behaves kind of like a person in some regards in that way, you know. Machines that do certain jobs that people can do, but don't have awareness. In other words, can't or have limited capacity to adapt in real time compared to somebody with self awareness. Sorry, wife kicked me out for having a time. Wife kicked me out having a time. I'm sorry to hear that. Welcome. I hope you'll find it pleasant around here. We try to keep it pleasant, you know. I've yet to meet anybody who says they prefer things unpleasant. End poll. Okay, exciting stuff. Mr. X, aka Jack Blittlers. Are you gonna try to make up with your wife, or are you just gonna say fuck it and get a different wife now, or whatever? This is why you are not a cat or a dog. You get it now? Hmm. It's like Skittles, Jack Biddles. You're trying? Well, what did you do? Who has a better mustache, Burt Reynolds or Tom Selleck? That's a good question. Who, I'm going to broaden the question a little bit to who has better man hair, okay? This includes the mustache, but also the hairy chest, okay? Because they both have hairy chests as well. Did I spell that correctly? Burt Reynolds. Or as Delilah referred to him one time, Reynolds Burns. Rachel, can you turn that down a little bit? I'm getting a little bit of echo in here. Would you like to have a pet alligator? You could also, maybe the next question, motivated by the Burt Reynolds cue here, is what old-timey lady had better breasts? Lonnie Anderson or Dolly Parton? They were both famous for being big-titted ladies. You have the best man hair? I've got quite a bit of man hair here on my face. Quite a bit of man hair. Manny John is not here to discuss things with. He's here to provide his wonderful fortune cookie sayings that he sometimes provides. Well, thanks, Biak Hug Kiak. Unfortunately for everybody, I'm not a choice available. Looks like Tom Selleck is winning. Tom Selleck's a little more recent than Burt Reynolds, so maybe he's got a bit of a recency bias. Younger people are familiar with Tom Selleck from his role in Friends as Monica's boyfriend, Monica's older boyfriend. Only 5 votes on this one though. Not a popular topic to vote on. With 18 watching, only 5 votes. If you're going to get your vote in, please do so soon. So that we get a full accounting of what people think on this important matter. Okay? Important matter. Let's find out. Only 6 votes still. But that suggests to me we will We'll switch it up to a new poll topic that maybe has a little bit more interest for people. Maybe I shouldn't have switched the exact question from Rachel's question. I probably made it less competitive because Tom Selleck is probably has more chest hair cred, you know. What's the best? Eric? Eric? What's the best Eric? Eric, or Eric? Those aren't good choices. You have to choose like Eric the Red, Eric from. I can't. There aren't that many Erics, really. You know, it's not that common a name. Apparently, it was quite common the year I was born and named, but it had a short-lived peak of popularity. Eric Idle. That's not ambiguous enough. A hairy back is very masculine. Okay, I'm going to ask a poll question now. In this poll now, Tom Selleck is the winner. I'm going to ask a poll question that is a bit of a hot topic these days. Is circumcision abuse? I'll phrase it like that. Is circumcision abuse? You know, a lot of people say, "Hey, you know, we shouldn't be cutting off the foreskins of our sons." That's crazy shit from the olden days, and that we should stop doing that. Well, as a circumcised male myself, I don't feel like my parents wronged me by circumcising me. I think, from my perspective, what matters most is what women prefer, right? Because you don't miss what you never had. Phrased like James from MDD. Who's James from MDD? Well, I wanted to make it clear cut, right? I wanted to make it like, basically the question is circumcision always wrong? That's what you're saying when you're phrasing it that way, is circumcision abuse. As an uncut man, I vote for yes, says Boogie Scoops. Well, like I said, from my perspective, if women have a clear preference, then I'd rather be that. But I'm not sure they do. I did know somebody who got himself circumcised at 21. So one possible point to it might be, Mr. Kartoffel, to prevent somebody from having to do that when they're 21. It's wrong when it's not a medical treatment. What's the point of it? I don't know what the point of it is, really. So you can see the point of it? I guess that's the point of it, so you can see the point of it. Without having to roll back your turtleneck. I agree. Eric the Red is probably the most famous Eric of all. It doesn't mean he's my favorite Eric, though. What's the argument used to do that in the U.S.? I mean, there's not really any argument about it. There's not really any argument in favor of it, except that tradition, you know, people do it, or they'll see it as a religious freedom, maybe. But I agree with Chris Chapman. Newborns own their own body to the extent, certainly, that you can't maim them. And you certainly can't get their consent at birth either for circumcising them. So, I mean, I don't really believe as though there's any good argument in who want a dirty thinking, dirt ringed any eater. I don't know what to say about that. One up him. I don't know who wants that.
I just feel like I've heard of people with like uncut penises having to take a lot of care of their penis because of having the foreskin.
They're trying to prevent schmegma from building up.
Right, exactly.
I sound like The Rock's daughter. Mr. Kartoffel has been telling me I sound like all kinds of different things.
Really?
Yeah. When I was playing guitar earlier, he said I sounded first like care infection trap bacteria. Okay. I'm a hemophiliac, so the doctors opted not to cut my foreskin off. It really isn't trouble cleaning. I just wash it in the shower. Well, there you go.
There you go.
Eric Cartman probably is the most famous Eric of all.
Yeah.
You make a good point. Kyuk. My ex has a foreskin. He had one. You don't know if he still has it, okay? You haven't checked in a while. Basic hygiene is advised for everyone. It never seemed to be an issue for him. You had a 3 skin, so it was a necessary procedure. Yeah, well, you can't have an odd-numbered skin.
I don't know. I just have preference for non-skin. That's just my own thing.
Well, then I'm glad I don't have one.
I mean, if you did, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just a preference, right? Like.
Yeah. So, there you go. We were all talking like having foreskins is a rarity. Well, it was for my generation for sure. Yeah. And the reason I know this is when I was in middle school, this was also true in high school, but for some reason I don't really, I guess we didn't have to take showers as much or something. I'm not sure. I don't remember it in high school as much. But in middle school, they had us all, we all had to strip naked and stand under these showers, like prison showers, right? There's one pole that has meows coming out of it. And I remember it was like mostly all white kids still in Arcadia when I was in middle school. But there was a couple of Chinese kids coming into the neighborhood, and I was like, I guess Chinese people have weird triangular penises or something.
Wow.
Because I'd never seen, none of the other boys had a foreskin.
Oh my God, that is so wrong. Oh my God.
You mean that making all the boys do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7th, 8th, 9th graders. It was ridiculous.
God, and you're going through bodily changes.
Yeah, I know. You've got little boys in the same pee showers with like fully pubitized men,
That's so like awkward.
I don't think I spent a lot of time viewing them, but that stood out to me because it was like, what's up with that guy's weird looking dick? I guess Chinese people have weird looking dicks.
That's what like showering, having group showers together like encourages like kids to be like, what's up with your penis?
Right.
Like, and who wants that?
I don't remember anybody ever asking that question.
No. I don't think you want it. But you could possibly be teased for it, like.
I don't remember people getting bodily shamed and stuff.
That's good.
But there was plenty of bullying, but I don't remember it emerging from the PE locker room, really.
In my high school, they had showers and stuff, but only, like, they were, like, never used. They were, like, kind of like a relic.
Yeah, by the time you were there, I'm sure they ceased that barbarity.
Yeah. I mean, you still had to change in front of kids if you didn't have for, the PE clothes. But I just dressed in my gym clothes on gym day.
In Finland, I see my friends naked all the time in sauna hot tubs. It's just not a weird thing here. Well, yeah, you guys are super strange Europeans who are like, oh, yeah, we could just, don't worry, I'm just wiping this off of your breast. There's nothing sexual about this at all. It's fine.
It's true.
That's just weird Europe shit. I don't know what to make of
I
that.
can't help but become this sounds so weak. I'm such a weakling.
I'm sure it won't sound weak at all.
In a sauna with other women, I'm like, oh my god, if I didn't have I look at anime characters and I'm like, oh my god, their breasts are so big,
You're a big-titted woman, Rachel. I don't think you should underestimate the size of your own breasts.
Thanks.
All right, I'm ending this poll. Most people say
yes.
Circumcision is abuse. Good to know.
I guess it's child abuse. But don't they do it right away? Isn't that a decision you make and the parent makes in the hospital? I thought it was a thing they do right away.
Okay, I will ask it like this, Manny John. Is depression a real mental health problem?
Interesting. Huh.
Rather than does depression exist?
Being?
I'm not sure my phrasing's that much better, but yes, obviously I think yes.
Yeah, I think yes too. I don't know what else it would be.
People definitely experience depression. And whether or not, I think there's an inclination among people who aren't depressed to think they just need to stop feeling sorry for themselves or something.
That's really, really.
And I think that's terribly wrong. I don't think that's what's going on at all,
It's not. No, Luminex, don't wait for humanity. You already do.
Perhaps what percentage of depression is clinical versus being temporarily sad for normal reasons? Well, that's not a yes or no question,
That's
Kevin.
a really
That's a difficult one to make into a poll, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Pimp J, I will transubstantiate something
I
for
can
you.
smoke too. I haven't smoked yet.
Okay, well then I'll turn it over.
Sorry.
Well, that's fine. So yeah, I think that in either instance, it plays out in much the same way. It's like I was depressed for a while. Like November, December, some part of late November, December, maybe middle November through December, beginning of December.
This year?
Yeah.
This past year?
Yeah. Remember that's when I quit taking Klonopin for a while? I thought it might be responsible for it.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Klonopin.
Are you sure it's not?
I mean, it might have had something to do with it, but it had a lot to do with removing,
Oh, that was
all
terrible.
of that shit, right?
That makes me.
And also partly to do with the moving on the Triangle Road property and then backing out of it and making me feel like we weren't doing anything.
No.
We weren't, it's like, it felt like we just weren't making any progress, I guess. But I don't know, things have changed a lot. At the time I said, all right, I will transubstantiate this, James. I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to James's head.
I'm on Prozac, but I like it. It doesn't really. It's not a big deal for me. me. Like, I told Eric on accident because it's my only morning medication. I forget it sometimes. But there are days where I'll miss it and I'll be like, oh shit, like I didn't take my Prozac, like.
Would it make you feel depressed when you don't take it?
No, it doesn't because I have the Xanax also, you know.
But see, the thing is,
Yeah.
if you remember, the reason you started
Yeah.
taking the Prozac was because just the olanzapine and the Klonopin made you depressed.
Just the Klonopin made me depressed.
Oh, so they added the olanzapine and Prozac at the same time?
Yeah, because it's supposed to mimic a more expensive drug that combines Prozac and Zyprexa. But Dr. Ingram didn't want me to pay that much for it, so he just put the olanzapine and Prozac as separate.
Yeah, James, Prozac certainly is long-lasting, and in fact, if you ever get serotonin syndrome and you're on Prozac, it will last weeks.
Yeah.
If you get serotonin syndrome and you're not on Prozac, it lasts at most 48 hours. Rachel got serotonin syndrome smoking a bunch of DMT on Prozac.
I have to be careful. Like, weed is like...
Well, look, you and I both, we were reckless, you know?
Oh, hell yeah.
But we're not reckless anymore.
No. I mean...
We're not having nitrous all the time. We're not smoking DMT.
Yeah, you know, like, honestly, I kind of see if it... I see myself, not you. I'm talking just for me. As, like, sort of an escape, you know? Like, I think tough times are tough. And, like, to have fun, we looked to recreational drugs.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, me too. And, you know, if you think about it, we made some mistakes, but we got out of it cheaply enough.
Yeah.
You know, we could have hurt ourselves more than we did.
Yeah, that's
so,
true. I guess circumcision is abuse. It's like it's a hard one for me to answer because it's like, well, like in Africa they have those ceremonies where they cut off. This is disgusting.
Female circumcision?
Yeah,
that's obviously
really
definitely abuse.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
There's no question about that at all. James says, I hate the flat affect for medication, though. Well, the thing is, Rachel has a bipolar mania, which, if her affect isn't flattened down, it's way too pointy.
I mean, I definitely had medication that made me feel flat. Like when I was taking Seroquel, or was it Seroquel?
Lithium?
Shit. Maybe lithium. I can't remember which one. I had a whole year where I was just taking the medication and I felt absolutely nothing. I didn't want to go out with friends. I didn't want to go enjoy things that I enjoyed doing, like going to the movies and stuff. I didn't want to hang out with my parents. I mean, I didn't want to do anything. Like, nothing seemed to bring me joy, but also nothing seemed to make me sad either. Really, I like this one.
What shape is the Earth? Is it a globe, a disc, or is it constantly changing shapes? Sometimes it's a cube. All right, I forgot about that one. Carlos Paiva. I'll remember that one. We'll put on there. What's the worst philosopher of the last 50 years?
First of all, is Jordan Peterson a philosopher?
I say no.
Yeah, I say no too. I think he thinks he is.
I think he thinks he is too.
I was listening to this. I have to. I'm gonna.
Yeah, Rachel's had her bipolar mania fully in remission for the last like 3 years, maybe closing up on 4 years. You know, as soon as Dr. Ingram put her on this combination of meds, it was like, bing, cured instantly. It's a geoid. That's not a choice. Okay, that's not a choice. Well, I mean, my earlier stream was titled "Is Betrayal Reconcilable?" because as I was about to start the stream, I saw a Jordan Peterson post that asked that question and answered it. No, it's not, and I agree with him completely. He definitely has some correct positions. He's a lot less wrong than a lot of people. The only reason I maybe, I guess, highlight his inadequacies is because essentially he's purporting to be what I am, right? But he isn't, but is purporting to be what I am. So I'm going to point out that, like, this guy's fine in a lot of ways, but he's no real philosopher. It's banana shaped. Well, globes can be, that's why I didn't say sphere, okay? I said globe. Globes aren't necessarily perfectly spherical. Have you heard of the channel Funky Frogbait? It's this young lady who makes sarcastic, funny commentary on TikToks and common news topics.
I want to actually show you her channel because I can't tell if she's ISTJ or INTP. There's NE, like, for sure, but I can't.
Well, I'll check it out. I've been watching, besides Bizarre Bub on YouTube, I've been watching the Desert Drifter.
That's pleasant.
I called it the other day, referring to it, I said it was called the Desert Wanderer. It was not. It's called the Desert Drifter. And it's this guy, young guy, probably a STP, I would guess. Well, Rob Walker, remember, a globe is not a sphere. Okay? Globe is not a sphere. So you just have to say it's more globular than it is disc-like, more disc-like than it is globular. We don't have any flat earthers here? Or it's constantly changing shapes. Those are your choices. Oh, right. I forgot the horrible contemporary thinker question. Globular. It is a fun word. That's how I like to describe my thyroid gland. Well, because, it may be a cube, Jeremiah Fix. That would only be temporary, and it's moving on to triangle or pyramid next.
No way, no, Chris Chapin. I don't want to think of your mom as a sad beige mom.
Sad beige mom.
Yeah. There's what Funky Frogbait talks about is how sad beige moms during Christmas were really torn about painting their child's toys beige because the colors were not in alignment with their aesthetic. So they were coloring everything beige.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's beige the world, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So, Most annoying. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Is that not how you spell his name? Let's see. What's that horrible leftist YouTuber, like Sync something or other? You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? You want to put... I'll put Sam Harris in a different poll. Asking, it includes Jordan Peterson and maybe Ben Shapiro or something. But for this poll, I'm looking for who's that horrible YouTuber who got his name's like CYNK or something like that.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, Destiny.
What about what's his name? Who now is the host of Family Feud?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll find out. He likes to give advice.
Sync.
Steve Harvey.
Is he that annoying?
I think he is, but
I'll put him on there. YUGUR. Carlos spelt it better. Okay, I'll spell it like that.
you know who's my phone has been blowing up with, and I'm starting to find him annoying, unfortunately. Young Gravy. OMG. Is he annoying? Have you been getting?
No, but I've already determined I don't like him.
Man, he just cannot stop. He's nonstop talking about MILFs. It's just like
yeah, it's like, will you just treat human beings like human beings, please, instead of being a douchebag constantly?
He's such an ESFP.
Put him down.
Yeah. This is quite a diverse list.
Yeah, it is. I think I might put down Sync Uger.
I don't know who that is. Oh, Logan Paul would have been a good one.
Logan Paul doesn't annoy me so much anymore because now he's a boxer,
yeah.
You know? Or I guess Jake Paul is more the boxer than Logan Paul. But at least he's got like a real job. You're doing something besides just being a douchebag. Young Gravy is as annoying as Johnny is not annoying.
Yeah, right. I'm astounded, really. Like, the phone picked it up, right? So now I'm getting all suggestions about Young Gravy, like little shorts, and it's all about MILFs. Like,
what
please.
A douchebag. What a douchebag. And since when is it, like, why is this a popular theme for lyrics in general? That I'm going to steal your girl. Or why, who, like, in what world is that cool, right?
It's not.
Right? Like I'm so pimping that I'm gonna hump all the hoes, even the ones in relationships.
Oh, that's so not good juju.
I mean, let's say he were to steal some regular guy's girl. Would he feel good about himself?
Totally, I think he does.
Because he's this famous rapper guy who's got extra sort of, I guess, Riz capital. Um, does he need to? Does he need to not only win but have everyone else lose? Neil tied with
Neil
Destiny.
has
Nope,
answers.
Neil's up in front now. Who doesn't deny? Denies a lot of things. I think aliens are unlikely as well. This stream below yours is a flat earth guy who looks like you but 10 years older, also smoking cigarettes in the woods. Shapiro is the most annoying. Well,
Shapiro's rant about Barbie was like, I mean, I didn't like the Barbie movie, but he didn't like the Barbie movie, but he didn't like it. Like, he got very impassioned over it. It was weird. I was like, I mean, the movie sucked.
what were his arguments against it?
Mostly that it was bad feminism, which I don't disagree with. It was just the way that he was like saying it, like, because I don't think that. Okay, I didn't watch the whole thing. I stopped it we stopped watching it once Barbie was trying to conspire with the other Barbies to overtake Barbie Land again, or whatever. Apparently.
We stopped watching it during her speech to Ken, in which.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, yeah. So, I don't know. He just, like, he sounded a little bit like he was personally attacked by the movie. And I was just
I felt a little personally attacked by it too, so I mean I get that. My initial response to it was too ranty, in fact, and I went and deleted it and made a second response to it.
Maybe that's what happened. It was more. I was like, oh, he's
pissed.
Ranty.
Yeah,
he was pissed. He was really pissed.
It would have pissed me off too.
But here's the thing, like, yeah, I didn't like it either. Openly, I don't like it. That's all I have to say.
I think Neil's an ESTJ.
Oh, really? And he's talking about.
He gets tied for Destiny for first place. For most annoying. Young Gravy third. Think.
Who's Destiny?
I just this idiot debater guy. YouTube debate guy. Okay. Which alt-right, let me put that in quotes. Guys, I'll say best. You could say we could do it worse. I'm not trying to frame it either way.
Do you like more?
Jordan Peterson.
Oh, no.
Sam Harris.
I don't really know Sam Harris.
Ben Shapiro.
I don't really know Ben Shapiro either, besides that he's an ENTP. So.
I believe him to be an ENTP, but it's conceivable that he's an ESTJ, Ben Shapiro.
He looks like he could be an ESTJ, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Because the way that he talks, I don't like. There's something that like rubs me the wrong way, and I can't like. I don't know. I'm not gonna vote because the only one that I know is Jordan Peterson.
I tightened up my belt. I've got an iced tea.
Oh, the dishwasher is empty, and so dirty stuff can go in there.
Cool, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Is there stuff in the sink? No, you clean the
No,
sink
I
too.
didn't.
What a hero you are. What a chore hero. Rachel's playing chore hero today. It's like Guitar Hero, but a lot more boring. When you do things like the dishes, the laundry. That's why I have long pants on today, because Rachel did my longs in the laundry. What they call it, the laundry. Well, we're getting little bugs. It's getting to be little bug season. Interestingly, we don't seem to get too many mosquitoes up here. We get these horrible little face flies that just fly up in your face and bug you. We got a lot of water last night, I'll tell you that. I was looking at the stream that goes out alongside the road on my way out to Triangle/Dara. And it was quite swollen from how it was just a couple days ago. It was swollen like my member during sexual intercourse. It was swollen like a woman gravid with child. It was swollen like Mary Lou Retton's ankle after she hurt herself in the Olympics that one time. It was swollen like Nancy Kerrigan's knee after that other lady. For some reason I want to call her Patsy Cline. Tanya Harding hit her in the knee. Tanya Harding didn't technically hit her in the knee herself. She had that other guy hit her in the knee for her. Why? I gotta say, I like Tanya Harding better than I like Nancy Kerrigan. Who do you like better, Tanya Harding or Nancy Kerrigan? That's my next question. It's a very Gen X poll question. I don't know who could be a fan of Nancy Kerrigan. She's such a, like, oh man, I'm Nancy Kerrigan. Just, okay, lady. At least Tanya Harding got in like celebrity boxing matches and shit. She does what she gotta do, you know. I don't approve of her hitting Nancy Kerrigan in the knee. Why? Why? Like, did she even injure herself very badly? I guess did she compete that Olympics? I don't even remember. Did they catch Tanya Harding as the person to have done that before the Olympics or after the Olympics? And where in the world, like, why would she hatch such a scheme? What a crazy scheme to hatch, huh? It looks like Sam Harris is winning this one. by a total of 53% to 35% to 12%. We're going to end this poll and we're going to ask, who do you like better, Tanya Harding or Nancy Kerrigan? Who do you like better, Tanya Harding or Nancy Kerrigan? Well, let's find out who people like better, Tanya Harding or Nancy Kerrigan. I gotta vote for Tanya Harding. I don't approve of what she did, but she's somehow likable anyway. I don't know. Well, son of Earth, this is a Gen X question, okay? I'm 52 years old. These were former Olympic figure skaters who had serious beef going on. So much so that before the Olympics, Tanya Harding got some guy that she knew to hit Nancy Kerrigan in the knee with like a club or something to injure her so she couldn't compete in the Olympics. It was quite the dramatic story back in the day, you know. Let me Google it and read you a little bit about it. The Assault of Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, Nancy Kerrigan, an American figure skater, was struck on the lower right thigh with a telescopic baton by assailant Shane Stant as she walked down a corridor in Cobo Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Kerrigan had been practicing skating on an ice rink in the arena shortly beforehand. The attack was planned by Jeff Gillooly, then husband of fellow American figure skater Tanya Harding, and his co-conspirator Sean Eckert. They hired Stant and his uncle Derek Smith to carry out the attack. Gillooly and Eckert both claimed that Harding was involved in the attack and had knowledge of it beforehand. Harding initially denied all knowledge of the attack, but soon accepted a plea agreement admitting to helping cover up the attack after the fact. Later, both a grand jury and a disciplinary panel from the United States Figure Skating Association found further evidence of Harding's involvement during the planning and execution phases. The attack was intended to prevent Kerrigan from taking part in the ongoing 1994 United States Figure Skating Championships and the forthcoming Winter Olympics, thus increasing the prospects of Harding in both figure skating events. Kerrigan could not compete in the U.S. Championship, but recovered in time to compete in the Winter Olympics. Both women competed in the 1994 Olympics, and Harding was later banned for life from U.S. FSA figure skating events. Tanya Harding is a former figure skater, retired boxer, and reality television personality. She was born in 1970. I was born in 1971. So she's about 6 months older than me. She's born in November of 70. So, these days rappers just pap each other at the bowling alley. What's pap mean? Pap each other at the bowling alley. What does pap mean in slang? To take, send, post a picture, especially a photograph, as proof of something. Huh. So in other words, they just post each other back and forth on social media. What makes this stream is the low viewers. Imagine the whole world watching your family or every single criminal. I would have no problem with the whole world watching me. I'd be happy with that. I think the whole world should watch me. I don't understand why they aren't already, you know? You know, I've often complained. Why isn't everybody hanging on my every word, writing everything down, following me around, generally seeking my input on every important question? Why isn't that happening? I don't know why. I guess it's because the world is filled with skibby bomboclats who don't recognize my riz. It's appropriate. Well, it is consistently like this, you know. It's actually this is the stream doing quite well. Historically, we'd peak out at 12, 14, you know. So for me, things have really been moving lately. As I said in the earlier stream, I was stuck at like 8,200 subs for like over a year for a while. I just wasn't garnering any subs at all. Then there was a section where I started getting some subs via shorts, but even then, what I do mostly and most naturally, which is live streaming, I wasn't garnering any subs like that. But then lately, I've been garnering subs just by streaming, and that's amazing. It's very satisfying. We're like, I don't trust it to last, you know, but it makes it seem worthwhile, like it's accomplishing something other than just me killing time.
Well, you're right with the having it vertical. You are more likely to be seen because sometimes when I'm like trying to look at something in the chat, it'll scroll up and it'll be more people that are streaming. So like if people are looking for something, you're more likely to be seen.
Oh, I got some Admiral Mighty Buffoon. I got it today.
Oh, man,
I get it every
I
month.
take more, but like I don't want to be cranky tomorrow for the.
Well, you decide. I took 3 halves today. 45.
I want to take.
If you want to take another half, take another half, you know?
I do.
And then what I would suggest as well is when you want to go to bed tonight, take a full Klonopin.
I have been lately, I can't lie. Like, I do. I do just take a whole one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then probably don't take a whole one tonight. Anticipate you're not going to sleep. And then we'll try to sleep during the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know? With YouTube, it gradually increases gradually. Well, that's not the case at all for me, Son of Earth. I found it to be exactly the opposite of that. That it's had bursts of time when I've had a lot of. You can just break those in half if that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just snap it right in half. See?
Wow.
They snap right in half.
Yeah, they do.
I've had stretches of time where it goes up a lot and stretches of time where it goes up not at all. And my behavior doesn't necessarily change. But I do think I was being held back by having a warning on my channel, which is no longer on the channel. Okay, a car, huh? A Mini Cooper. Mini Cooper Countryman 4-door. That's the kind of car I have. I personally don't like fame, for I believe it hurts. I think people get famous young and it messes with them. I'm 52 years old, you know. If I get famous at this point, I'm not worried about me being led astray by fame. First of all, I'm SI front stack, so what I've learned, my history, my experience is highly informative to me and determines my approach to things.
I feel like my FE tool, like some designer or some stylist would be like, "This looks fantastic on you," and instead of me being like, "I don't really like it," I'll be like, "Oh my gosh, yes." FE tool is hard, I think, in an industry where you have a lot of yes people around you.
Yeah.
It wouldn't change me, but I think I would be influenced.
Well, in general, every tool needs to be cautious about your susceptibility to being pushed around, you know, to being pressured into things, etc., because it's worried about the other person's perception so much, you know.
Yeah.
You're most well suited to be sort of isolated from the world in that regard, like you are, with somebody who's not trying to do anything to you.
Yeah.
We're not trying to make you be different. I'm not trying to pressure you into this or that or the other thing. I just want you to be happy.
Thanks.
And that's what you need, and probably to some extent what everybody needs. And a partner, I think, is somebody who just wants them to be happy. I think Rachel does the same for me, you know?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
But yeah, I'm not worried about fame changing me. If I were to attain it, I'd be happy about it. I have plenty of things to say. I would love to have a large enough audience that repeating these many things I have to say, because, you know, sure, I've got sometimes new things to say, but I revisit many of my core topics, talking about why this or that is bullshit or bad, or this or that is good and true, or whatever. If I had a much larger audience, I'd feel, I think, even more motivated to preach the gospel of correctness, you know?
Jeremiah Fix says, FI6 I envision as very burdensome considering the normal behavior of the masses. It can be burdensome. Like, I have no problem showing my what FI looks like, but I don't know what I want for myself all the time. So,
well, you most use FI to convey when your boundaries have been crossed, which is part of what makes it countervalued, you know?
It takes a while, though, for me to realize that my boundaries have been crossed, though. So an event can happen, and I'm in the moment fine, but then I'll think about it, and maybe like a week later, I'm like, you know, I actually wasn't cool with that.
Right. The thing is, you also display your FI when anytime the most prevalent kind of boundary crossing you experience nowadays, really the only kind of boundary crossing you can expect to experience on some occasions, is SI boundary crossing.
Sure.
Like you're tired, you're fussy, you don't want to be driving right now.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I feel really bad about it too, because I know how I get when I'm cranky. I'm really unpleasant.
I'm not interested in preaching Christianity. As that's not what I mean by preaching. I'm talking about preaching correctness, which is to say, using language well to meaningfully talk about things as they ought to be talked about in the correct frame with the correct level of nuance, etc. I'm not preaching in the traditional gospel sense of the word, just preaching the Eric gospel, which is not derived from God.
Oh, hey.
Hi there, Andre.
22nd, I have an appointment with doctor again.
Okay.
On the calendar.
Well, I'm not interested in exploiting people to try to get as much money out of them as possible, right? Like, I would like it if I had enough views on live streams that the amount of ad revenue I got every month was more substantial than, say, less than $100, which is what I've been getting. It would be great if I could make $1,000 a month from YouTube or $2,000 a month from YouTube. But even were that to happen and I were to get, instead of 18 people here now, 180 people here. So you're talking about 10 times as many viewers. I still wouldn't be like, oh, hey, everybody, give me money. I'd probably get more super chats just because super chats are a way to get your comment extra attention. But I wouldn't ask for them. You know, like this video currently isn't monetized because I forgot to monetize it before I started it. I don't quote the Bible. You don't hear me quoting the Bible. I'm not a big Bible guy. I don't think the Bible helps you to be a good Christian. I don't think the Bible is necessary to be a good Christian. I know people think that sounds crazy, but in fact, I don't like the Bible very much in a lot of different ways. So, you know, there you have it. Yes, I am a Christian. No, I don't like the Bible. I think it's dumb. I'm sorry, I just read it for what it is, you know? It's not a good book. They call it the good book. It's not even a good book. It's a pretty terrible book. It's like, half the time you're like, wait, why are you talking about this thing? Just, and then they went over there and they gathered some corns. And then they traveled to there and they put the corns down. Or whatever they're saying, some shit like that, you know. Half times like, why are you saying this stuff at all? Who cares who begat who? I don't care. And then, yeah, half time you're like, okay, this is horrible. Why would it be presented as a good story that this king basically murdered this woman's husband because he refused to give in to his extortion demands? You know, I'm just not down with bullshit. I don't care what garb it comes in, you know? And then we traveled to the inn at Aramea, and the innkeeper had a comely daughter, and we stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. And at the end of these days, the innkeeper said, "You may lie with my daughter," and I did. Later, she became my wife. Okay. Why are you telling us this? And Ergon, king of the Philistines, ignored the will of the Lord and insisted in his horrible ways, and thus was he slain with fire and swords, and many stabbings, and rustings, and horribleness. And it was good that this was such, for he had not obeyed the Lord. And when the Philistines raised their eyes to the heavens, and said, "Lord, will you not forgive us now?" the Lord said, "Nay, I shall not, Philistines, for thou must be punished forever." And he laid waste to their entire land, and he gave them all boils, and he made them all vomit blood, until they were all dead. Great. Yeah, take that, you Philistines. And then God did say to Moses, "Hey, listen, I want you to talk to Noah. And I want you to tell him there's going to be a big flood." You know what? Never mind. I'll talk to him directly. "Noah, yes, Lord. Look, so I've decided to kill everyone and everything with a giant flood. But I'll let you live and your wife if you build a giant boat and gather 2 of each of the animals." So, wait a second. You're flooding the whole earth? Yes. Why are we doing this? Never mind that, you. Okay? You listen to me. I don't want to have to make the animals again. I already made them once. Okay? So, that's why you need to collect 2 of every animal. Like, in the whole world? Yes. Like, the bugs too? Yup. 2 mosquitoes, 2 fruit flies, 2 of every species of scorpion, everything. Well, to misquote Jaws, we're going to need a bigger boat. Look, there aren't that many super big animals. For every blue whale, you know what? You don't have to get the whales. That's good. Because they can swim in the water that's everywhere. Where's all this water coming from anyway? The clouds. But I mean, where was it before it was in the clouds? Never mind you that. Listen, you don't need to worry about the clouds or the water. You just need to worry about building a fucking boat. Okay. Don't worry, I'm going to give you the plans. Unfortunately for you, all the measurements are in cubits. How many cubits to a foot again? Never mind that, yo. Okay. Well, listen. I'm only going to do this one time, okay? So I want to reassure you, this is the first and last time that I will flood the whole earth and kill everything except you and these animals you have on the boat. And as a special bonus, I'm gonna give you rainbows. Oh my gosh, rainbows? What are those? You'll have to wait and see after the flood. Until then, no rainbows for you. I mean, has anybody really asked that question before? Where did all the water come from? Did you think God melted the ice caps? That would explain it, I guess. That would explain it. It's not necessary. I'm not requesting it anyway. I'm flooding the earth because there's too much butt sex. Sarah, Alyssa, I am in California. And I am living near Yosemite, California. You may have heard of Yosemite National Park. It's California's premier national park. And we live quite close to the boundary of the national forest, Yosemite National Forest, but not that close to the entrance to the park. That's because I was doing a funny voice, Andre. That's why you had trouble understanding me. The point is, I like to make money off of YouTube, but it doesn't seem, it's like, you don't ask me for money, I won't ask you for money. You know, seems fair. What is skibidi intrusion disorder? Earlier in the day, on the way back from the supermarket, I found myself having this weird form of Tourette's, in which I could not stop saying skibidi bombaclats. It had become an intrusive thought. Skibidi had become an intrusive thought, and thus I diagnosed myself with skibidi intrusion disorder. So, I heard Yosemite was derived from native language meaning something ominous like killing forest. Interesting. Well, mostly it's a place people go to rock climb and look at waterfalls and stuff nowadays. Skibidi pap pap. It's just a bunch of skibidi bombaclats pap papping. Until someone says, yeah. Can you flex a little more quietly? It's hurting your riz. Right? Did I use all that correctly? I believe so. Would you agree that if, like influencers, aka skibidi bombaclats, if they just pap each other, that eventually peeps are like, yeah, this is negatively impacting their riz. They need to flex more quietly. Are you equating purity with wholeness? I've made no statements about my beliefs or needs, so I'm not sure what you're trying to negate. Well, Lou, I think what he's trying to get at is that you are incomplete. And maybe what's missing from you is a penis. That's why you're incomplete, perhaps. I'm not watching any skibidi stuff. I just use the word. Well, Jeremiah Fix, what you should be pointing out is that Lou is incomplete because she doesn't have a penis. That's why I've diagnosed her via Freud with penis envy. Yeah, exactly, Carlos. Penis envy. The one disease all women have. It's a pathological level of jealousness over a man's having a penis. Oh, I'm so jealous. Those men monopolizing penises. It's not fair. Here I am, stuck with nothing, just the absence of a penis. Well, you know. That's what I think what Freud believed. The difference between women and men were that men had a penis and that women just had the absence of a penis. Or nothing else. James Day, didn't I hide you or something already? Nobody wants to hear about your penis, okay? We're busy talking about my penis. Which looks exactly like this. Looks like a cone with confetti coming out of it. I guess I'll just time you out. What's the best theory about women? Freud's theories or red pill? Here's a question I hope people answer correctly. What's more of a real problem? Toxic masculinity or what do they call it? Third wave, fourth wave feminism? I would call it toxic feminism. I can tell you right away what the answer should be. The answer should be toxic masculinity. If you think toxic feminism is an actual problem, you're crazy. I'm surprised that there's 67% of people think toxic feminism is a real problem. I mean, toxic masculinity expresses like in people like Marty. Toxic feminism is just an ideology that doesn't manifest in actual relationships very much, you know? Well, I mean, look, wrongness is always wrong, right? So anti-male groupism is not a good thing, right? But it has much less real world impact than people like Marty. You know, neither of them are good things, obviously, but like Young Gravy is, I mean, you could say like Barbie was the biggest movie in the world and exemplifies an example of a media example of toxic feminism, right? But do we really have a lot of feminists abusing men in the world? Well, sure, cheating on your husband is worse than getting called out for cheating on your husband. If you want to just pretend that's what went on there, that's fine. But uh, it was very clear to anybody who heard the emails that I read out loud that that what Marty did was encourage in the best explication of things was encourage her strongly to text him a picture and then call her a piece of shit for doing so when she listened to him. So that's an example of toxic masculinity, right? If he had just wanted to see a picture of her tits and not cared about her family or the fact that she was married or whatever, I wouldn't call that toxic masculinity. To purposefully goad someone into somebody that you're then going to tell them they're a piece of shit for having allowed themselves to be goaded into it. No, I'm not blaming him for the cheating at all. That's completely bullshit, Fly Guy. I'm pointing out that the kind of language he used, the kind of manipulation tactics he used to get what he wanted, represents one level of toxicity, but not necessarily worth mentioning, right? But to then turn her pressured into vulnerability into an indictment of her person when you were 100% in favor of it, and in fact called her failure to provide you such pictures a zero moment, a low self-esteem moment. That's what was wrong with her there, you know, etc. Whatever. The point is, I'm not talking about her and her position on it. He lied explicitly in that same video calling her a piece of shit and said it wasn't him who had done this because, and he said in that video directly that people who did such stuff were pieces of shit, and he didn't do that kind of stuff anymore. Like go and try to get on married chicks or have them text pictures of themselves to him or whatever. No, she did send him a picture of her tits, right? She did. I'm not talking about that part of it, right? What makes it toxic is not that he wanted to see tits and got to see a picture of tits, but that as soon as he got what he wanted, he turned on her and used it against her and then lied about this in the video that he made while concurrently saying that he was a good person who didn't do these kind of things while actually being the perpetrator of the thing he was talking about. That makes him toxic, wicked, and a scumbag. Did you hear the emails I read? If you didn't hear the emails I read, then yes, I don't even know that. Then you shouldn't be talking yet. Let me open it up and we'll see what we see. So after she expresses like, I guess, whatever. Like, to answer your question, of course I want to talk to you, but I have to question my motives and character, and respectively, what in the world do you want with the woman you described? What? You're talking about some other woman there. And he says, I gave you my number. Do you do what you want to that makes you happy? But I'm not going to convince myself that I need to chase you. Yes, the way I did, you mean with that other girl? You will never have all the answers. And using dominant NI and dominant FE at the levels that I do, you see what happens. You're seeing it firsthand. Let me help you understand something you self-admittedly exposed to me. Please read the first sentence in this email again. Understand that your self-esteem is hurting you at 0. When something you said made me give you my number, and now you are trashing that effort because you are having a 0 moment and or much further along than I am in this exchange, just saying, I don't know where you live, what you look like, you know all. I'm not sure what fuckery you are doing to yourself, and thus ruining a pretty special moment by my standards, no matter what the result is. Have you already fucked me and I'm not aware of it? Shit, please tell me next time when it's happening so I can enjoy it too. And this is in response to her saying, that she's questioning her own motives and character for like why she wants to deal with them. What is that?
Read. Yeah, it's hailing.
Oh, it's hailing. I mean,
check it out.
So then he texts her, like, it's a test. You send me a picture within 5 minutes, or if you want to pass the test, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying she's not responsible for her behavior, but to then, after pushing that hard to get what you want, to call her a piece of shit for giving it to you is pretty fucking toxic, right? Pretty fucking toxic. And then to publicly shame her in a way that you tell her this is just for you to know about. I wonder what happened to my girl. That's some Haley hell.
That's unexpected.
The thing is, do people afford YouTubers too much, like, legitimacy or whatever, just because they got some subs and a channel and talk authoritatively? Absolutely. So that should make people be a little bit more responsible when they're positioning themselves as an authority on self-wellness or whatever, like he is. Not to simply position yourself like that to be exploitative. I mean, like, just have a little decency, right?
It feels like, I don't know if this is, like, the correct term for it, but it felt like a bait and switch. Like, he thought so highly of her when she spoke about INFJs. And as soon as she was like, I'm not really sure about this, he, like, flipped it and was like...
You're ruining a special moment.
Yeah.
By pulling back at all, whatever. She asked him by text, like, she said, like, do you want me to save your marriage or end it? And she said, save it, I guess. And that's when he said, send me a picture of your test right now, blah, blah, blah. which is not by any stretch of the imagination saving anybody's marriage.
No, this is dangerous.
I don't think I'd call it dangerous.
Well, I wouldn't want to drive in it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to drive it. They're not like big enough to hurt you when you hit. Look at that hail we're getting.
Do you think maybe you can have the guy that you saw at today who's gonna paint some 7112 maybe look at our brothers too?
Yeah, we could do that. I could get him first to do just that job. The rain gutters at both houses. See how long that takes, how much that costs. That's a good idea. We'll do it one task at a time like that. Well, it seemed like the hail's becoming a little bit more rain-like.
Wow.
Yes. Now it's a gentle rain. What was a stern hail has become a gentle rain.
Sorry. My trouble.
And she makes clear early on that she feels affirmed and she's sort of like starving for affirmation. And it's like, yeah, it's her responsibility, yada, yada, yada. I get that, right? But, ideally, people aren't looking to exploit vulnerabilities to fuck with people's lives substantially. It's important to remember the stakes are so much lower for him than they are for her, right? So I'm not saying he violated some negative right. I'm saying there's it's certainly not what we'd like to see from men and how they're engaging with women, right? Would you want your sister or your daughter engaged with like that? Maybe she was hopeful to spark something up with this famous YouTuber or whatever, but I don't think she ever expected to be, pushed and pulled so hard like that. And, maybe she wanted a little flirting, maybe it would stay harmless, but whatever. I was typing the lady after the typing session. She asked me for input on why she would have done this. She couldn't understand but if there was something typological that made her do this thing that didn't make any sense, right? The thing to remember is it's super low stakes for him. This is the first betrayal of her husband as they've been together for 12 years, married for 8 or something with 3 kids. And yeah, she was vulnerable to having somebody pressure her into that. That doesn't make her not responsible for her own actions, but it does make Marty's singling her out. I don't think she did. I don't think she did, Fly Guy. I get that the case I'm making here is an intuitive one, right? That it's except for him expressly and explicitly lying about his own involvement in it, while concurrently saying that somebody who had been involved in it as he was would be a shitbag. I mean, that kind of brazen false testimony kind of shit is bad. It's fundamentally bad. But aside from that, I get that the case I'm making here for exploitative, predatory kind of behavior is one that has to be understood holistically. If you don't interpret it that way, fine. But I think it's a perfect example of toxic masculinity, and I bet you wouldn't interact with people like that, would you? Hero Lamb is right. He planned the entire thing now, and what he do after that, that's not cool. Let's be honest, please. He's pathological.
I'll watch you trouble. Come on, let's go.
Correct, Hero Lamb. I agree with you completely. So I'm gonna have another health tube, and then I'm gonna come back in here. I might play another song or two on the guitar, and then I'll probably wrap this up and try to get something done. I still would like to make a video on this whole Marty matter. Still plan to. It's useful to get the pushback because I know I'm going to get plenty of that. I have to make the case very carefully. It's part of the reason why I've been kind of dragging my feet on it, I guess, either subconsciously or perhaps somewhat with some self-awareness as to that's why. Yeah, Rachel's taking care of trouble for the moment, which is I appreciate. Can calling for war or violence be considered toxic masculinity? No, that's not an expression of gender relations. You know, like rape is toxic masculinity. And like, like messing with a passed out girl at a party, that's toxic masculinity. In general, shit that just seeks the bare minimum of consent and doesn't care whether the other person really wants to be doing what they're doing or not, that's toxic masculinity. It's like sex is supposed to be pleasing for both people, not degrading for one person and some sort of conquest for the other. If a woman's experiencing it like that, then that's an example of toxic masculinity. Because the guy's got a responsibility to be a little more sensitive than that, right? It's like we all have a responsibility to treat each other like human beings. I think we generally all do. These things get politicized so we forget to see the forest for the trees sometimes. And I really don't think she did all this to get me to involve talking about it. I think she was surprised when I jumped on the thing immediately and was like, okay, I'm gonna have a hard time not talking about this thing, this horrible story you're telling me.
You know, I don't know. He won't. I was sitting at the table waiting for him to go and eat, and he wouldn't come.
Well, he might not even want to eat. Do you want to eat, Trouble? He might just want to meow at us to watch us jump around like monkeys. Do you want to eat, Trouble? I don't think he even wants to eat.
He didn't like that.
No, he didn't like that sound. It sounded like hissing.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Trouble.
Well, maybe it was just saying psh. She wasn't saying hiss.
Yeah, I wasn't hissing at you.
Meow.
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 Yes.
Cats make that sound when they're saying we're friends. I don't need to comment on
Mommy loves you.
him. Eric is doing that plenty. I mean, the example came up because I'm commenting on what comprises toxic masculinity and how it's a more real problem than toxic feminism, because feminism is an ideology, whereas expressions of toxic masculinity tend to be behaviorally expressed against women, individual women.
Do you think toxic femininity or feminist ways will increase with this whole like Greta Gerwig?
Well, I mean, like an example of what I think is toxic feminism manifesting in the real world was when Candace in our divorce suggested that we get lawyers and figure out alimony.
Ooh,
I'm
she was
like,
the one who.
why are you getting money from me?
Yeah.
And even if you already get money from me, why are we handing this off to lawyers and the judge or whatever? Aren't we perfectly capable of determining what's fair ourselves? More so than they are. And I explained to her, look, if you can justify why it is I ought to give you money as alimony, then I will provide it for you. If you cannot provide a good justification for why it is that morally I ought to do that, then why are you insisting that I should give it to you? Anyway, she ended up talking to a lawyer and backing down because I made a video articulating all of this stuff. I think she showed that to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you don't want to mess with this guy.
Mm. It's good, because anti-polar will just be like, well, divorce includes alimony, so.
Yeah. So she didn't get shit. But like presuming that she deserves something just because she's the woman leaving a marriage is insane. And that would be an example of toxic feminism manifest.
Well, it kind of makes me a little upset about my sister probably collecting alimony from her husband because.
Right. That I've thought about it too. All right. Well, that one got a lot of votes. Wow.
Yeah, it did. Wow, it did.
End the poll. People are wrong.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not insulting you, but your vibe is like against women. Who's talking out his ass trying to psychologize people? Me? I don't know. What are you talking about? Well, I mean, the thing is, I had a long conversation with the woman. I've exchanged other emails with her, etc. I believe her story. She's presented sufficient evidence to back it up. And
Oh my god, what the heck?
Just,
Well, I guess it's gonna happen.
yeah, just people come in and say shit sometimes. Okay. Well, the thing is, it is the case that there are examples of entitled women screwing over men who don't deserve it. You know? But I still think the results of that poll are wrong. Okay, now I'm going to play a couple of songs and then we're going to call it a stream. Rachel, would you like to practice with me?
do some cards.
Okay, well, we can let that happen after this, but do you want to practice anything?
Yeah, I should. But I'm gonna forget during. Oh, I still practice though.
You're not gonna forget if you're just doing. Well, we'll have to work on this some off stream as well. But at least we can practice right now. Cloudy day and Gregory in disguise. I need to remember the. I need to remember the background vocal to go over that. Or, I mean, the thing is, you can have the words with you up there.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, of course. Sure. Okay. We can print these things out. I'd like to do that.
At least for the first, maybe second time.
Well, I don't think you need them for Cloudy Day.
I don't need them for Cloudy Day, but I will need them for the other.
All right, so let's try Cloudy Day first. Since we've got you singing here, that's going to work a lot better than it's just me. I have a black friend. Look at me go.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say.
Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night.
And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to shock your will to find. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say.
I guess I am shy. I mean, I'm quiet. I'm definitely quiet.
Well, you're a little shy and a little nervous because you don't have a lot of experience performing.
And
that's totally
I am
normal.
shy and nervous.
That's perfectly normal and to be expected. Let's try singing this one together, just in unison together, 100,000 million years ago.
Okay.
50%. All right. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show cause the slabs below. Let them grow. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears in charge today. Options and laws show other ways. Take a chance now, just want to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, it's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Good. Something if we're gonna do it together, we'll work on some, you know.
Yeah.
How about we do let's try this one. SOS here. I can make it a little bigger. Let me get the chord strumming thing.
I don't know this one's that well, but I'll try.
Okay. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one. If you want to just wait till the chorus, that's fine.
Sure.
A habituated defense and indecency self-inflicts eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisted we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. Meow, 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 meow. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to set their life and all. You can trust me and I can trust you, though neither trusts ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisted we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I earned my share of shame. My share of shame. Whew. My hand is tired. I guess I played some songs earlier too, so that's why.
Have you played Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty?
No? Would you like to?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's play Wonderful Kitty and experience the wonderful ways. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous off friend. And now it's wonderful kitty, petting time again. Just let me pet that you don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! Good job.
Thanks. You too.
Thanks. Let's try playing Hero Lamb's least favorite song. Gotta be Weatherman.
I feel like I Got You With a Man was probably one of the first ones I heard of you.
Well, this one you're gonna do the background vocals and the chorus, right?
Background vocals. So
Hostility is kept at bay. Or I can do the background, you can do the main part, either way.
okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you think is
Let's
best.
do it together. Let's try you with the background first, okay?
As me background?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hostility is kept at bay
Hostility is kept at bay
by what you think is in the way
by what you think is in the way
of life as children of the land with an agave weatherman. Good. All right.
Okay.
So I'll push this back a little further. Maybe I can get both of us. You can stand a little closer to me. I'll try not to hit you with the guitar. Okay. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay
Hostility is kept at bay
by what you think is in the way
by what you think is in the way
of life as children of the land with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay
Hostility is kept at bay
by what you think is in the way
by what you think is in the way
of life as children of the land with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just sober now.
Wow, wow.
Wish you had been born any time but now.
Wow, wow.
And your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some pork. For tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort. 'Cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay
Hostility is kept at bay
by what you think is in the
by
way
what you think is in the way
of life as children of the land with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. We both fucked that song.
Sorry that.
So I went up to the E there.
I don't know what I was doing.
That's fine. Other than the very end, it was great.
It was great.
You want to try Amelia?
Well, I feel like it's out of my range.
Well, let's see.
Okay.
like this. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. Or will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, staring sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, staring sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. Oh, that's enough guitar. That's enough guitar by far. And I guess that's going to end this live stream. I hope you have... Oh, that's right. You wanted to do cards. I'm sorry. No, I totally forgot about it. Let me sit you down here. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. You start in on the cards. I'll be back in a bit for additional cards.
I want to do a 3-pull using the before tarot, after tarot, and regular tarot.
Okay.
Is that too much?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just 3 cards for a pull. That's not that many cards for a pull. Let me set you up with a nice table to work off here. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, Rachel, but downy freshness, that's the reason it's so pleasing.
Really? I never knew that.
Yeah. I'm going to set you up over here, actually. I'll move that table out of the way. Go ahead and sit down. And I'll bring this over to you like so. And then I'll make sure I get this going proper pH as well. What do I mean by proper pH? I mean, I'll put it in the right spot. Again with that thing happening.
What do I do with my health tube?
It's right behind my hat.
On your hat?
There's also one behind your iced tea. Behind my...
Just had. Oh, behind the hat. That one I can use too. I can't believe I lost it already.
You can't believe it's not butter?
I can't believe it's not butter. Let's see.
I can, but I'm very gullible.
Oh, I was sitting on it. Okay. There we go. Okay, who wants a card reading? I wish they all could be California squirrels. Okay, Keisha, you're up first. And we're doing before today, during today, and after today. There's no rules, Son of Earth. If you want cards, I'll show you what they look like and what they mean. Okay, Phoenix is next.
I will pull it up on the big screen for you right now.
Oh, thanks. I wish that all could be California. I wish that all could be California. I wish that they be California girls. Squirrels.
Yeah, squirrels, right. The East Coast squirrels are fine. I really dig the seeds they chew. And the Midwest squirrels with their fluffy fur. They really make a cat go mew.
Thanks, Son of Earth. That's a really nice. Acacia's up first, then you, Phoenix. I'm just taking a little bit.
You want me to move any of these boxes out of the way? I'm going to move this out of the way.
Sure.
I'm going to get this whole thing in the mirror.
I could feel myself doing the mouth things that I do when I'm on Adderall. I like.
You got speed mouth. Congratulations.
Thanks. Sure, you absolutely can get a pull for your Cardor Slam Thumbs Crenshaw Excalibur. I like that the name Crenshaw has been used a lot in the past 10 years. Crenshaw reminds me of that like music artist. She's like sort of a rapper, I think.
Well, it reminds me of Crenshaw Boulevard, which is not a particularly memorable street in Los Angeles.
Okay. I consider myself to be a witch, though, Son of Earth. I mean, I don't practice spells or anything, but I believe in magic. Okay. Acacia, your foresight. Acacia, your now. And Acacia, your afterthoughts. Acacia's foresight. 4 of Swords. You are already resting. There's some butterflies over by you, which makes a pleasant sleep. You're not even noticing them. You've hung up your 3 swords and you've got 1 by your side just in case. That was you, foresight. Okay, sorry, I'm like not getting it. There it is. And the window's open. So, yeah. I'll read from the book too. Swords, pentacles, cups. Four Swords. Solitude, rest, and recuperation, recovery, relaxing, mercy. 4 Swords recommends a period of rest and recovery. So before, your foresight was rest and recovery in a really peaceful way. Now, okay, just current situation. Ooh, 10 of Swords. Devastated, agony, ruin, slain, victim, 10 of Swords. You could also just be like, ugh. Like right now you're just like, all I want to do is rest. That's it, nothing else. Everyone got away from me. Your stars are stabbing me. It hurts. Just leave me alone. It's also the end of all that happening. So even though you're currently in the 10 of Swords, it is the end of it.
Who is this for?
Acacia.
First she gets heartbreak, then she gets 10 of Swords?
No, she's not heartbreak. Rest and recuperation.
Oh, I thought that was 3. I only saw the 3 on top.
But now she's like, I really need my rest. Like, everyone get away from me. All these thoughts in my head. Oh my God, why?
Because you have 10 swords stepping into you. Go ahead, sorry.
Your afterthoughts are the 7 of Pentacles. It's like, hey, my pentacles have grown. My money has grown. I'm going to take one of those pentacles with me and harvest it.
That's SE Polar right there in a nutshell.
I'll read it.
They've gone all the way out to with a tool and everything and just picked one pentacle and are on their way back. That's SE Polar in a nutshell.
Weird.
God says, no. No, 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 no. You will not play with those cards there. I wonder why he feels so strongly about it. Can't find it?
I got it. 7. Seven of Wands. 7 of Cups. 7 of Swords. 7 of Pentacles. The 7 of Pentacles is a card of patience and reward, not only for a good day's work, but also for planning and careful preparation. So like all these like swords that came before are gonna lead up to you gaining some patience and material wealth. Yeah.
I mean, you said Phoenix was next?
Yep, Phoenix is next.
Are we gonna shuffle these?
Sure. And then Ruben R's thumb. I forgot his name though. Its name.
I heard that one and popped out. So
Okay.
I saw it, but I
course, Crenshaw Excalibur. I'm sorry, I forgot your thumb's name. Okay, this is free next.
I got my one pentacle. I can go back to squeezing ectoplasm out of my ghost tube. Right. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, free next.
Your foresight. Knight of Wands.
You want me to read it?
Sure.
I can look them up and read them as you turn.
Oh, yeah, that's sure.
Knight of Wands, fight fire with fire. The Knight of Wands explores the realm of fire with fiery passion of the knights. The Knight of Wands is dressed in full battle armor. With the horse that rears back, his front legs rise in the air. Together they move past an ancient temple with a stone guardian posted at the door. Like the great crusaders of old, the Knight of Wands is on a journey. He is a spiritual wanderer, traveler, and adventurer. He's a proverbial tall, dark stranger of terror, witty, flirtatious, and romantic. He can also be fierce, short-tempered, impulsive, and impetuous. So keep that in mind. Okay, what's next?
Ooh, Three of Swords. Currently, you're feeling heartache, woe, sad, pain, grief, breakup. It could have been like you had 3 ideas in mind, and it was like, no, none of them worked. Wait, this one will work. No, it didn't work. And then you had another idea, and it was like, oh, why isn't anything working? All of my ideas are just not working out. This hurts so much.
Three of Swords. Three of Swords epitomizes the pain and suffering of a broken heart. Keywords: grief, sorrow, loss, sadness, divorce, infidelity, depression. Instant interpretation: what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, sadder, and wiser.
Yeah.
Right, it makes you sadder and wiser. It may make you stronger.
But that's just right now. So now we have the afterthoughts from this book. Well,
these
this has got the
matter.
same, it doesn't matter. And this one is strange. 8 of Cups. You're in your feminine energy and you're looking at these cups like, why are they left here? Why is there water in them? No, some of them seem to have a red liquid. What's that? Who left these behind?
The 8 of Cups depicts a solitary journey. A young wanderer drinks from one of the 8 cups lining a desolate marshland with dark cliffs and mountain ranges in the background. He's fortifying his courage with a drink for the road.
Actually, there's a woman looking at the cups and a man walking away. So you're either the man walking away or the girl looking at the cups, depending on what energy you're in. You're feminine or masculine. If you're feeling you're feminine, you're looking into the cups and being like, what does it mean? If you are in your masculine, you're like, those cups are there, they don't mean nothing to me no more.
Fortify yourself for the journey ahead. Plan your route ahead of time, pack lightly, and know your final destination. That's the instant interpretation.
There you go, Phoenix.
Alright, who's next?
Crenshaw Excalibur. Ruben R's thumb. So I'm gonna you'll be after Ruben.
I'm part of the light force. Are you really part of the light force? I didn't even know we had a light force. We've gone beyond just space. Now we have a time and a light force.
Crenshaw Excalibur. Bum 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 bum. Crenshaw Excalibur.
Ruben's been watching Power Rangers. Who can blame him? Alright. Son of Earth, you're gonna find out.
No, Crenshaw Excalibur.
Who's Crenshaw Excalibur?
Rubenar's thumb.
Oh, okay.
That's what who we're reading for now.
It's just his thumb.
Yeah, just his thumb.
Okay.
Okay. Crenshaw Excalibur. The Empress.
Ooh la la.
Major Arcana number 3. So this was in the past. Your thumb was like, I got these kids on my lap and I'm playing and there's a bird above me. I'm feeling good. I'm just like taking it easy, loving life.
Fertility, prosperity, creativity, productivity, pregnancy, potential growth, abundance, comfort, beauty, happiness, pleasure, success, artistic ability, nurturing, sensuality.
Okay, Crenshaw Excalibur. Ooh! 5 of Rods. Conflict, strife, challenge, adversary, discord, competition, too many cups, kitchens in the cups.
5 of Wands?
5 of Wands. He's conflicted.
This one says cooperation, teamwork, power sharing, conversations, games, sporting events, participation, instant interpretation. Things often seem like they get worse before they get better, but you've made it through the hardest part. From this part on, you'll start to see all the pieces come together.
It's a nice. So your nail might be conflicted with falling off. It might not be totally there yet, but.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen to it.
Okay, so afterthoughts. 2 of Cups.
Oh, you and your thumbnail are going to have a wonderful soulmate-esque relationship.
They've
I
exchanged.
think maybe you're going to put your thumb in your butt.
You're there for your thumb. Crenshaw.
Young love, romance, attraction, passion, desire, marriage, union, affinity, friendship, compatibility, affection, faithfulness, harmony, and pleasure. You and your thumb.
Yeah, you're hugging your thumb, making it feel better. And then there's like a cat who's also making you feel better. So maybe that's Acacia. She'll like lick your wounds a little bit.
Instant interpretation, you're an equal partner, a faithful companion, and a true and loyal thumb. Don't be afraid to meet others thumb to thumb on their level.
That's great.
Yeah. How serendipitous is that? Do we have another taker?
I think Son of
Earth.
Yeah.
This card deck is sus. What's sus about these decks?
Who says that?
Son of Earth. Oh, he's just going to say that until he gets a really great tarot read. Then he's going to
Yeah.
be like, no, these decks are great.
Yeah.
There. I got that one for Son of Earth right there.
No, I don't think it's your butt. Your butt wasn't in this read this time, Rubenar. I didn't see your butt in the read. Maybe in the 5 of Rods.
Well, I'm assuming that's where his thumb goes, is why his butt came into the equation. I know whenever my thumb's hurting, that's where I put my thumb, is in Ruben's butt.
Oh.
It's got notable healing properties.
Son of Earth.
Son of a biscuits and gravy. Retarded, says Justin. Well, aren't you definitive in your judgment? Sounds like Justin wants a tarot reading.
Son of Earth. Okay. Your foresight. The Hermit. This hermit has a lamp in his hands and a star in the other. And it looks like some sort of like snake thing. So before you were like, I'm standing alone in the world, looking at the star. Maybe I'm gonna use it as my lamp
says here leadership, guidance, solitude, isolation, introspection, introversion, meditation, withdrawal, wisdom, philosophy, mysticism, prudence, deliberation, disguise, experience, guidance, and instant interpretation. The stars weave the fabric of time and space together to connect past, present, and future. All right, what's that?
Now, currently, you're in the Three of Cups. Play, celebrate, friends. You're like, I'm with my friends and having some fun. I'm gonna express myself.
Merriment, conviviality, pleasure, sensuality, parties, celebrations, dancing, drinking, girls' night out, happiness, hospitality, and kindness. Instant interpretation, share the fruit of your labor with those who can appreciate it. Okay, and your third
the
one?
afterthought. Seven of Cups.
Let's
Ooh. You've got 7 cups there, but you've taken some of the stuff from the cups already.
Be careful what you wish for, is what it says here.
What else does it say?
It says, it's the card of dreams, and it's about to be populated with your fondest hopes and darkest fears. The universe wants to make your dreams come true. Ask for the life you truly want, but be specific.
So you have a lot of options, and it seems like you've taken some already, or like they're gonna overcome you. You're gonna be overcome with choices, and you might want to be greedy and take more than one.
I got choices.
You want one?
Sure.
This one's for our host, Eric.
Let's see what I get for this one. I'll do this one myself. I'll put it over here so you can see it on the camera. You're welcome, Son of Earth.
You're welcome, Son of Earth. It's just for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. So if you're not entertained, then it was completely purposeless.
Okay, Eric. Your foresight. The star. She's got a bird on her shoulder and 2 jugs in her hand, 1 foot in the water and 1 foot not. This kind of looks like the female version of Eric. I could see Eric looking like this as a female.
So I'm coming out of being the star, huh? Okay. Well, they're chastity pants. I thought they were securitized swim trunks.
So this is definitely you as a woman.
Yeah. Except I'd be grabbing my own boobs.
That is true. Oh, you also got the 3 of Cups for right now.
No, because right now it's party time.
Fly Guy, you're next just because of those strange...
Well, I want to know. What is that?
That's the laundry.
Oh.
What you got in your future is the afterthought. It's the sun and naked babies. Another major arcana. Major arcana 19? No. Yes, 19.
Well, it's a good time to be Eric, huh? First I get to be the star, then I get to have a party,
Yeah.
then I get to be the sun.
Yeah. It's a good day for you.
Good for me.
It's like, haha, look at this flag, I'm gonna play with it. That's probably me. And you're like, yeah, it's fun playing with the flag. The sun is out, yay! Can you do it for me? Or no,
Sure.
who do we have next? Oh, Fly Guy.
Oh yeah, Fly Guy.
Fly Guy, see if you can put emojis to what your reading comes out to be. Six, are you still here?
I think she left.
Oh.
She said, I'm living this boring life.
I probably has work.
Oh, it is Monday. No, it's President's Day.
Oh yeah, she has off.
I think she has it off.
Maybe.
Probably out doing something more interesting than just watching YouTube. Oh, Lou is still here.
Would you like a reading, Lou?
Sure she would.
Yeah, she'll get Fly guy.
Not everybody can get star 3 of cups sun, of course, you know. But I tend to be pretty lucky at those kind of things.
Okay, cool.
You do not have the day off. Alright, let's see what we got.
Okay,
I already did that one already. I already
Oh,
did
you
that
did?
one.
This is it for. Can you
That's
read
for Fly
from
Guy.
the book?
Sure, I'll read from this book right here.
It's more difficult, the foresight. Oh, no, yeah, never mind. Ooh, you got in your foresight the 10 of cups.
Fly Guy, 10 of cups is what you're coming out of.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's raining. We have to take cover. The cups will cover us a little bit, but it's time to go.
10 of Cups. When it rains, it pours. The 10 of Cups illustrates the need to stay together through good times and bad. Marriage, children, home, family, peace, joy, happiness, contentment, love. All right.
So it's you and Carrot, and it's like, we're going to take, I don't know if you have pets, but you're going to take your pets with you and feel good. Nice emojis, good emojis. Ooh, this might be a hard one. This is number 12, Major Arcana, the Hanged Man.
The Hanged Man.
Body?
Demonstrates that enlightenment comes from a willingness to see the world with fresh eyes. You need to change out your old stale eyes for some fresh eyes, Fly Guy.
Seeing things from a different perspective. You got nothing else to do but hang in there.
Patience, sacrifice, perseverance, withdrawal, restraint, foresight, wisdom, meditation, rebirth, transition, initiation, isolation, separation, patience, enlightenment, perspective, alternate reality, reversal.
Oh, Acacia beat you to it, Fly Guy.
Patience was actually listed there twice.
Oh. And then your afterthought. 4 of Swords. You're resting and this woman is like visiting you, almost like as if she thinks that you're dead. But you know what? It might be that you're sleeping, and Carrot's like, do you want something to drink or to eat?
And it's an interpretation, Fly Guy. Meditate and listen for messages from the spirit world, okay? You currently need to turn on your spirit phone so you can receive calls from the spirits.
Maybe that's who's going to visit you.
Yeah, it says solitude, rest, recuperation, recovery, relaxation, mercy.
That's a good emoji for that one, Fly Guy.
Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy. Alright, now I believe that Lou was next.
Lou's next, yeah. Cool. You're welcome, Fly Guy. Okay, Lou.
Spirit phone. I'm gonna use my spirit phone and call me up the dead. I'm gonna ask them what it's like there after you have been done did your life and gone up on to heaven. I'll ask the dead once I get my spirit phone loving.
Spirit phone loving. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, little now. Okay. So your foresight, Lou. The chariot. You're like just getting ready to take on a travel. You're like heading there. You got your sphinxes ready. The chariot, you haven't left town yet.
Journeys, movement, travel, quest, forward motion, speed, war, warriors, battle, conquest, triumph, victory, parades, will, control, direction, independence, drive. Also, it says, prepare for the journey of a lifetime, one that will take you home again.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
So you're just going in a circle. Alright, what's the middle one?
Next one. Ooh, you also get the Hanged Man, number 12. Lull. Clarity. Suspend. Pause. You are on your break.
You see the world from a viewpoint that is radically different from the norm. Your perspective and your thoughts are important and need to be expressed.
You are an Aquarius. Independent woman. She's an independent woman.
You are an independent woman.
Last one, your afterthought. The Hierophant, number 5.
The Hierophant. According to this book, my birth card is the Tower.
Really?
Right? You know what that means? Oh no. I'm sorry. Mine is the Hierophant.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
And the King of Pentacles. And what is this one?
the 5 of Pentacles. So you're like, you've got this book in your hands, and you're like, you might be at work and be like, look, these are the rules. Or like you might have like some business dealings, and you're like, this is what needs to be done. Here's what's been done in the past. Here's what works. It's conventional, but I mean, it's there for a reason. And like these people are like, oh yeah, yes it does. I see. What's mine? Are you looking for mine?
Yeah, I'm confused. Yours is the world.
It's the world?
Right?
Yeah.
And your court card is the King of Swords. And your minor card is the Four of
Pentacles?
Pentacles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I thought it was the devil.
No, you're the world. The devil is actually a little before you, see? January.
My mom, my mom's
January
in the
1st
devil.
through the, well, it's right at January 1st the line cuts off. Actually. But it looks like maybe it cuts off a little later.
The 9th,
Yeah,
yeah.
the 9th actually. So you're just on the world side of the devil by a week.
Wow, that's cool. I like that. I think I am more of the world energy than the devil. I mean, I like drugs, but...
Well, you know, between those, we got King of Swords, King of Pentacles, the world, and the Hierophant. Is that what one was? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yours is what?
The Hierophant. We got the Hierophant and the world, King of Pentacles, and the King of Swords. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
5 of Pentacles, I guess. It's not that good.
Well, 4 of Pentacles isn't
Or-
great either.
4 of Pentacles. Is that what it is?
You have 5, I think.
I have 5 and you have 4.
Yeah.
Well,
That's interesting that one comes before the other.
fortunately, we also have the Kings, so that's good.
Can you do my reading?
Sure.
You're welcome, Luminix.
Rachel, get your adverbs here. Yeah. Come on, cards. Spit it out already. Tell me what you have to say about Rachel.
What's the matter, you son of Earth? Okay.
Your before card. 6 of Swords.
Looks like I'm ready to go on a trip.
Yeah, watch out those swords don't poke holes in the boat. Your current card, 7 of Cups. So many choices.
Yeah, I am talking to a lot of people. It's like, wow. Who do I focus on? And yeah. Yeah.
In the aftermath of Attleboro, you get to be the hermit.
And as the hermit, in the end, who is more the dog by my side, Capio or
Capio.
Trouble? Yeah, Capio, right?
Capio is your cat now, and Trouble, unfortunately, is mine. Trouble's forced division within the family.
He has. He has forced division. Thank you, Keisha. Yeah, I really like the before and after cards. I think they're cool. Like, I like that they take the original Rider-Waite looking cards and puts a spin on it. But like, honestly, like, I love the Cosmic Slumber one that you and Ruben got us. The art is so good in it.
Bloody laser. Stardust genocide.
Stardust Genocide.
That's the name of a jutsu. Are we done?
I think so.
I feel like I'm about done. Alright, I guess I'll take you guys outside for a health tube before wrapping it up. Son of Earth, standing in between extinction and the cold and explosive radiating growth. Yeah, it was fun, right? We're not trying to do any magic or whatever. Hey, look. Got a couple of packages. Let's see what kind of packages these are. Well, I know I've been diligent about it for quite some time now. Since we're coming to the end of the stream, it's not monetized anyway. Doesn't that feel liberating? It does. It really does feel liberating. It feels like, oh, I'm living my regular life while live streaming rather than having to pretend and lie. But, you know, if I get age restricted, I get age restricted. Whatever. Lion Jr. here, by the way. I just subbed as well. You guys cool, though you may have Satans. Lion your enemy, but God forbid it. I hope I don't have any Satans around. I'm not sure. What are the signs that you have Satans around? Do you smell brimstone a lot? Do you have a strange affinity for pitchforks? Thanks, Free Next. I'm seeing my one little-eyed squirrel friend. My little one-eyed squirrel friend. I understand why you said friend, because the others all have two eyes. I guess squirrels sometimes experience eye injuries like anybody else. You know, it's like Mom said, it applies to squirrels as well. Be careful or you'll poke an eye out. Somebody's going to poke an eye out. We were warned about that a lot as children. I was, anyway. I was warned you're going to poke an eye out, and also that you're going to catch your death of pneumonia. Well, thanks, Lou. And thanks, Free Next, for your affirmation of our efforts here today. It was natural and easy thing to do because it's what I normally do. Plus, I'm on amphetamine. Makes it even easier. My mom once told me, don't do the thug shaker. The skibidi gat rizzers will phantom tax you. What's phantom taxing? I'll be another minute or two, son of Earth, but feel free to depart at any time if you're ready to go. I'm going to finish this smoke first. I'm not sure what we're going to do after this, but I think I'm inclined to say, well, first of all, I could eat something, but second of all, I'm inclined to say maybe let's go over to the other house and see how it's doing, and maybe even take a stab at starting a fire in the fireplace. The wood around is very wet right now, obviously, but we should at least put wood in the fireplace with the anticipation that it will dry out and we'll be able to actually start a fire in the fireplace soon enough. It's something that I have in my SI linked strongly to being up here in the Sierras, although we didn't go to this part of the Sierras when I was a kid, but it's kind of a similar vibe. Well, we stayed at a condo. My parents owned a condo for a while that had a fireplace. And, all right, see you, Free Next. Have a good day. And I'm excited about the idea of getting a fire in the fireplace. So, all right. That's going to do it to it. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.